All right. Now we got some sound going on. I got to check the quality of the other and make sure it's not grainy because I had it just perfect. And then, of course, it didn't want to work. So give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Oh, it was the moving around. I hear you moving around. I appreciate that. Now we just get everybody else in here. Heard stuff hit there. Yay. All right, let's get the banner set up and see if Baily comes back. All right. So now, if anybody can get Baily in here, that'd be great. I know he's having some issues. He's kind of iffy himself. I've been having some issues. I'm hoping it doesn't come out as grainy and as cheap as it's been sounding. I have been working on that for quite some time, and I think I messed up the mic when I did it. So I hope it sounds good. I know everybody says, "Oh yeah, you sound great," and I go back and I play, and it sounds like crap. No. Yeah, I don't want people to be nice. I want people to tell me the truth. If it sounds like crap, tell me. Tell me on the spot. Was almost ready to run over. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who Zelik is, he is my AKA technician. He's also has his hand in helping with the Fat Cat Radio project that's going to be launched here very soon. He says sounds good. That's good. But we'll see because I mean I even had to turn up the bass and really get it going. Let's see if Baily, if anybody can get a hold of Baily and let him know. Spider Mom, do you have Baily's Instagram? And give him the new launch. Because there's the link. I think there's going to be some misunderstanding. Again, one of these days we'll be able to smoothly just go right into our podcast without too much of an issue. Baily's, yay! Hi, restart worked, and can you add me? Well, you have to come in. You have to follow the link. I just sent you the link. Let's see if I can do this again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just double tap that. There you go. Baily, if you follow that link, I'll let you in and we will get started. There we are. Hey.
Only the studio thing is working here.
You would think I'd, as many mess ups as I've had so far, you'd think I'd get this pat down, but
I used to work.
Well, like I said, but my friend, my technician there, Zelik, he lives very close to me, but not so close. He would have had to sprint. He would have been breaking a sweat. He was ready to run over here to help me fix this.
I used to work with this sort of stuff.
Oh, you used to?
Yeah, well, I used to do a lot of event work, sort of AV event work. You always had teething problems, yeah.
Oh, that's rough. So I'm just trying to figure out, how do YouTubers do it? Do they just like come an hour and a half, 2 hours beforehand?
Crazy,
and then
isn't
sort it all out before they actually get started? That's so I just want to make something clear. Today's your birthday, right?
Yeah, 45.
I have a oh, you're not that much older than me.
Yeah, it's in there.
But
Yeah.
I have something special for you. Would you like to
Okay.
hear it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will suggest you mute your mic, like like I have to, and then I wish you a happy birthday. Hello. I hope you like your present there. Just wishing you a happy birthday.
Hey, thanks.
Not every day you get to come on YouTube and then have somebody personally say, oh, "Wish you a happy birthday," play a happy
That's
birthday
cool,
song. Too bad I don't have a birthday cake and a Marilyn Monroe.
That's it. Jump out of cake.
But there's a mental image there for you.
That works for me. So yeah, brilliant.
Uh,
My Lord, what was I doing? It's,
I was gonna say, apparently we're not the only ones with issues. I see Zelig there going. He's wondering why it changed to Swedish. So he's wished you a happy birthday in Swedish, which is gratis.
yeah. Oh, cool. My friend, I need to know where he is actually in Sweden, but he moved over to teach, and he's loving it. You know, he's really settled in. He sort of got out of the English teaching system, which was a bit stressful for him, and he's found his place there really.
Oh, nice. He's probably now gone from tea to coffee. That happens here. You move here and you become a coffee fiend. It's just like there's something in the air. I kid you not. Uh,
Yeah.
I don't know how many people I've met in the construction business, and it's usually the Portuguese. And
Mhm.
they're like, "Oh, we like our coffee strong." Then they drink ours, and it's like, "It's burned. What are you drinking?" And it's like, "No, it's not burned. It's just extra strong." And then they add a bunch of sugar to their coffee. But by the end of like a week or two, then they're drinking it like us.
I mean, I've had the kind of Turkish coffee stuff, and that compared to what I'm used to, that's strong. You know.
Uh, the Turks, it's so funny because depending on who you talk to, the Turkish pride, because I've worked with a few Turks,
Yeah.
the Turkish pride will not let them admit that our coffee's better. They just won't do it. Some of them you'll notice the poker face will crack, but the other times they're just like, nope, ours is better. So, shall we move on with the interview? Should we get on with why you're
Yeah,
here?
I just
Everything.
wonder if I'm just getting a bit of an echo. Is there something I need to resolve? Am I getting
Um,
So am I
It
getting? It's obviously
could.
I'm not used to StreamYard, so I
Well, let me ask
presume.
anybody else. It could be me because last time I was talking from inside of a cave for a short bit. Ladies and gentlemen, is there an echo going on? Because I don't
What?
hear it, but I've muted my headphones, so my headphones don't let me hear
Got you.
me. It lets me hear my the
Yeah.
music does not let me hear me. So
There's an
ladies and
option here. There's an option here on this on the settings which says echo cancellation. That could be something. I'll just
okay,
try
so
that
it,
now.
it is your end. It's not mine. It's
Yeah.
because Spider Mom says it sounds good. Because I don't
Let's
hear
try
the
that.
echo. Oh, I hear it myself through your. You might want to turn down your headset volume a little bit. That might help.
Right, so I wonder if it's coming through both. It's just my thing. See how it ends with it on anyway. So.
I hear mumbles. I don't hear you clearly. I was hearing you clearly earlier.
I'm just
What did you?
adjusting the volume.
Oh, there you go. I don't hear myself anywhere. And did that fix it for you?
Let's see. Let's see. I think so.
Yeah,
No,
I don't.
no, it didn't. But
Oh no! Well, it's perfect on my end. So that's
oh,
that's
sorry. I can live with it. It's all right.
if there's a slight echo. What Oh, question. Do you have StreamYard going and the YouTube channel going at the same
Yeah.
time?
Do I
There's a
mute
problem.
myself on StreamYard?
No, you mute yourself on YouTube.
Ah, wait.
By the way, I just want to.
See, this is my new abilities on this. I think we're. How are we getting on there?
Oh, I don't hear myself. Do you hear any more echoing?
Right, brilliant. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. So the StreamYard is like the brains of the operation, is it really? And
Yes, you
YouTube's
don't
just
have to run.
essentially the front end. Yeah,
Yes,
I get you. Yeah,
you don't really have to run both at the same time. You can actually just cancel YouTube. It took me a
yeah.
long time to figure out how to use StreamYard, and StreamYard is just as if I was looking at my own YouTube channel in real time,
Right.
where YouTube is like a half to a full second behind, sometimes even two
Yeah,
seconds, depending on
yeah.
the
That's
allow.
what's happening. Yeah, yeah. I used to work with a lot of this sort of stuff. Audio sending devices, like 5 gigahertz band Wi-Fi. I used to work at a lot of music events, and one of the challenges we had was instead of cabling, you were trying to use like point to point Wi-Fi devices to basically get the sound to the back and stuff like that, from the stage. And that we had to overcome lag a lot of times with that. It was like you had to use like laser links and stuff like that. It was quite good actually. It got me a press pass into places anyway, which worked. So
Nice.
I just like that. So.
Okay, so I just first want to say I love your picture. I love it so much.
Hmm.
I'm a huge mantis fan. I just won't have them because I
Yeah,
know they're pretty delicate and care wise,
yeah,
and,
yeah,
and that's just not me. I have to have tarantulas.
yeah. They're
uh,
quite
Go ahead.
sort of. I think tarantulas are quite bulletproof, aren't they? Really, whereas mantids, I think some people will say you can, if you lower the temperature, they might live about a year and a half, something like that. But it depends on the species. Like most of mine have lived about 12 months, and I've either I tend to send them to breeding projects when I get the chance.
No, my question is, what is your favorite mantis?
Favorite,
Favorite species?
yeah,
Species wise, and the reason why I asked that is because they have such a wide
yeah,
variety from one spectrum to the other, and so I'm just blown away at how diverse they are. So whereas tarantulas, you kind of
hmm,
old world, new world, you can there's a huge difference, but that's kind of where it stops because if you look at the biology. break it down, it's pretty much the same across the board. Whereas
Very, very
mantis,
similar, aren't they? Yeah,
exactly, where mantis vary.
yeah,
I mean, there is no difference. I mean, there's a not no difference. There's a
yeah,
huge difference.
yeah,
But I think you're gonna get what I'm starting to say. So
yeah,
what is
yeah.
your favorite? What is your favorite one to work with? What is your favorite one to breed? Um, and how many do you own in general, or did own in the past?
Did own. I've probably owned about 20 different species, but now I only actually have one. Um, that's yeah. I've only got the one, which is its common name is a Peruvian leaf mantis. It's not the dead leaf one. It's a green one with it's bright green with a very wide abdomen. It's an interesting shape. Whereas I've had the Peruvian dead leaf one as well, which is probably the last one I sent out to breed actually. That's breeding projects. I don't tend to do them. I have done with ghost mantis. I tend to send them on to breeders in that instance. I'm more, I am more of a keeper anyway with inverts in general, bar some of the easier species.
Okay.
My yeah, my favourite is again. I've not got the Latin name to hand. It's a desert runner mantis. And when you were mentioning the difference, it's so different. It's so different. Its morphology. It's like most mantids, bark mantis are different. Most mantids are ambush predators, aren't they? They're
Right.
designed to sit and wait.
Yes.
Well, these desert running ones are, as you would expect, they're designed to hunt down prey, and the primarily the ground mantids as well. So they're built for speed, and it's rather unique to see it in a praying mantis do this. Actively hunt, and they're built for speed. They're very interesting. You might be able to find one on Google. It's basically a desert running mantis.
No.
I think they're from the Middle East. I think Exopet has had some in the past. They're quite hard to come by, but they're very, very interesting. Ah, I've just got my lemon flavored beer here. Just try that.
Oh, nice. I'm
Mhm.
drinking. Of course, I'm drinking rum and coke. For all of those who don't know what today is, it is Have a Drink with Me Friday. Um, and if you don't know what that is, it's usually just sit down, have a drink, listen to some music, listen to the podcast as it goes on. Um, yeah, it's just one of those times where you just kick back, relax, and maybe learn a thing or two while you're got a nice cold or warm drink in your hand. Usually adult
That's it.
nature. If you do drink, please drink responsibly. That's my big thing. I think I
Yeah,
have to actually say that nowadays because if you don't, the YouTube will
yeah.
probably you're promoting
There's a
drinking. It's like I'm promoting responsible drinking.
yeah. I have succumbed to English lad culture in the past. Quite, when I was younger, I was into sort of the rave scene, sort of techno music and dance music, and all of the frivolities involved in that. Really,
Well, I have to
uh,
say they're very unique looking. I've looked them up. Um, and of course they've got a few species in the US, but the Middle
right,
Eastern
yeah,
but the
yeah,
Middle Eastern one that I'm looking at looks odd.
yeah,
I don't know how to explain it.
yeah, yeah,
It looks kinda like a grasshopper,
yeah. They
maybe?
do, yeah, yeah, they do, don't they? They're quite, they're quite squat, aren't they, when you look at them?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, yes,
but
they are.
they're fast. I've seen them. I've seen videos of them, and they're crazy. They just scoot around. They're like they act like those predator beetles do. Just
Really?
yeah, yeah, and that's praying mantis which does that, which you're not usually used to seeing that, are you?
No, no, I'm used to, when you see a praying mantis, you think of the kung fu movies, where
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
they are. It's
yeah,
just like that one looks more like a very like a huge. I wouldn't say huge, more like a medium-sized grasshopper. I
yeah, yeah,
don't.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like, he looks cute.
yeah.
Oh, but I think
Cool.
all mantids look pretty cute, so, that's just me.
And there's a couple of places in the UK. There's Unseen Universe and Mantis Den. At the moment, you see, at the moment, I'm into true spiders primarily, but we'll talk about that after if you want more. Um,
Yes.
yeah, primarily it's trues. Like mantids at the moment have become like a secondary interest, and it honestly it is pretty much from the reasons you stated, the delicate nature of them. I
Yes.
do quite like. I like the inverts because what with the inverts, a lot of them, the ones I don't breed on myself, I take to the shows, obviously, which isn't happening for a year here, um, and I give them to the breeders then, and maybe take some spiderlings off them and raise again, kind of thing. But I've not really had the opportunity with the mantids this year because I've not been able to go anywhere in person to give people any. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with that. I'm just really sad that the BTS had to close their
Mm,
again had to close their meeting, and now they're like, we're gonna do a Zoom, and I'm like, I'm not gonna pay for a Zoom ticket. If I'm gonna pay
yeah,
for
yeah,
a ticket, it's when I have to go to the UK, or not have to, but when I go to the UK
yeah,
and I get to see everything in person, because that is the beauty and joy of the BTS is seeing all of these collectors
yeah,
and breeders and getting
mm,
new doses of information thrown at you and just
yeah,
discovering the new things that they've seen and heard and yeah, that's BTS. Zoom is not BTS, so I'm not gonna pay for it. I'm
yeah.
not.
That's it. I mean, it's only recently I've started using Zoom as well. We do like virtual pub quizzes and stuff like that. So it's
Oh
uh,
yeah.
it's something I've not adapted to that yet. We yeah, I'm not adapted to this certain aspects of the online stuff yet. This is good, by the way. I like this format. This is great. I'm enjoying
And
it. But,
this right here is you don't see too many you always see these YouTube podcasts and you always see the people sitting there talking and I'm
yeah.
sitting here thinking that's not a podcast. That's a TV show.
Yes. Yeah.
Th this is a real podcast. When you don't have to sit there and watch the video, you can go and do wash your dishes and still listen
Yeah.
to the content.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
I
I
I
just want to add the radio part.
I used to do quite a lot of long distance driving with the event work, so I used to always it was either put an ebook on or an audio book or put one of my favourite podcasts on and just listen to that instead of having the radio on. And I understand why people doing this today, like I understand why people like participating in them as well. It's
Yeah,
quite enjoyable. It's quite
it is,
low. It's
and
quite chilled, isn't it?
yeah, it is, and
Yeah.
it's really nice to have people come on and share their knowledge. That's this point of this whole podcast. That's why I wanted to start this kind of a podcast because
Mm,
my inverts. That is my guilty pleasure in life.
yeah. Yeah.
Whether it's setting up an enclosure for something that I have or getting something in the mail, I don't care.
Yes.
It's very relaxing and nice for me to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
So,
Still, it's when you get something delivered which is a little like a too small, like one of the like a small spiderling, you still stress out over it, even though you've got the experience in raising them. I find, you're like, oh no, oh no, no, it might not make it, but you know that it will. In all honesty, like,
yeah,
but
the back of your head says, there's
mm,
nothing to worry about. You're stressing over nothing. But the
yeah,
front of the head is like,
yeah,
but I saw it twitch. That's not a twitch.
yeah,
Because you got them in the mail, and it's like, no, they're not supposed to twitch like that,
yeah,
and it's like, they're stressed, so they're gonna be under a lot of, they're gonna be moving a little different, they're gonna be a little slow in some cases, and other cases are gonna be ready to come out.
yeah,
The
yeah,
ones that are ready to come out that I really don't worry about because it's like, okay, then unless they're injured.
yeah,
If they're
yeah,
physically injured, then I do an immediate ICU. They don't get rehoused, they go
yeah,
right into that.
yeah,
But, if they come to me and they're not injured and they're just If they're sluggish, then I'm like, oh, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
What I'm sitting here thinking in my head, is there an injury that I have not seen yet? Or then when I see, or, when they bolt, they're ready to bolt out, then I'm like, okay, you're fine.
Yeah, that's it,
It's
isn't it?
when
Yeah.
I see what scares me the most is when you get them in the mail, you open them up, and you see a molt in there.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Because then
yeah,
you don't know when did you molt? When can I
yeah,
feed you? What happened?
yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. You're like, yeah. Have you got to like keep the humidity up and stuff when you're transferring it into its sling enclosure and stuff like that. Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
yeah, it's just like it is a ball of stress, but I have to admit, it is probably one of the nicest things I could get. I tried to do the 12 Days of Christmas, and there was some issues legally, so I
Mm.
wasn't able to continue. I was only able to do the one show, and then they tried to tell me to take it down. I fought it, and then there was like, "Nope, it's mine. I'm keeping it."
Oh,
And then I could have done the other 12 Days of Christmas, but I was like, if I'm gonna have to fight this person on a daily basis, I don't have the following like they do. I don't have the say like they do. I don't have the pull on YouTube like
wow,
they did.
Sam.
So it
So
was
this
like,
is this is like YouTube being territorial, is it? And this is a
uh,
thing. Like,
yeah, apparently doing 12 Days of Christmas when somebody else, when you release earlier than they do, apparently you're stealing ideas. And it's like,
right?
wait,
Yeah,
what? It's
yeah,
12 Days of Christmas. Everybody does 12 Days of Christmas.
yeah. Okay.
But,
Wow.
and the thing is that I'm like, at the time, this is before I met Scott, I had only, I think it's 12 or 11 followers, and this person, I won't get into too much detail, but this person has way, 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 way more, and I'm
Yeah,
sitting here
yeah,
thinking, "How
yeah,
did you even find me?"
yeah.
And, yeah, so it was like a big hoop-de-doo, so I kept that one video up. But to go back to what I was saying on that video, um oh gosh, now I lost total thought. I'm a bit tired. I haven't even drank through my first drink, and I've already lost my mind. Oh gosh. Oh, we'll think about it later because right now I
Yeah,
can't think.
you're all right. It's lots
How
to
about
go off. Don't worry. This is great.
how about this? We play another song, take a quick break, and then we'll get back to hopefully I can remember what we were talking about. If not, we can
Yeah,
move
you're
into
all right. Cool.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have not come into here before, this is Exotics Radio. I am Cracks, your host with Bailey's Bug Blog. Mr. Bailey, if you'd like to say hello to everybody. He's
Hey,
he's
hello
muted.
there. You all right? Yeah. Hi, chap.
And I want to give a special thanks to everybody who's here. That's Stefan, Spider Mom, Crazy Kane, Scott's Inverts, as well as Zelik. Thank you all very much. You guys are very nice. You guys are wonderful. It's really nice to have people here to listen to the show. With that, I'm just going to move on to the next song and refill
Cool.
my drink. Our
That
next
is a
song
sound
coming
plan.
Our next song coming up is Eakins by Mo Life. And we're back. Thank you. Ooh, I hear myself a little bit.
The joys of AV stuff. Still, yeah.
Can I talk now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, nope. I still have that little bit of an echo. Is it fixed now? There it goes. Oh, for a second there, I was like, oh no. The internal loop of noise.
The joys, yeah, I do. I remember it well. I really do. So, we used to do a lot for conferences and stuff like that, and sporting events, like small sporting events, and there was always teething problems right up to the last minute of you about to go live. Somehow miraculously you fixed something just as you were about to go live. I think there was always gremlins in the machines somewhere.
Oh, so I couldn't remember what was going on with the. For some reason, I wanted to. There was a point for me to tell you about my first show, but I can't remember what it was, and
Yeah,
I
you
was
were mentioning about
great.
the conflict.
I mentioned that, but I was like, I was scratching my brain, like, what was
How
my
you
original
got the listening?
point to that conversation?
Yeah.
But I can't remember. Oh well. Yeah, at the end of the conversation, probably in an hour and a half, I'll completely remember what I was trying to say. Oh, that's the unfortunate part. But you were talking about spiders and true spiders. I hate that word. I hate the word true spiders, and here's why. Because when somebody mentions true spiders, I think of tarantulas. They're much older than the smaller cousins.
Yeah,
They're they're actually the true spider, not the other way around.
I get you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So there's to me there's like the dinosaurs, and then there's the upgrades.
Well, yeah, I get. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, isn't it? The stepchildren kind of thing. Yeah, I get you there. If you, let's say, I mean, you can watch like Indiana Jones or a James Bond film, and that its representation of the scary spider is a tarantula, isn't it? It's usually like a red knee, blown up out of proportion or something like that, creeping up to somebody. Yeah, I understand. I get you there.
So that's the thing. It's like I said, the tarantulas are actually older than a lot of the smaller
Yeah,
spiders that we
yeah.
see. Minus that there's a cave. I want to call it a cave tarantula. It's one of the smallest spiders in the world, and it lives
Right.
inside a cave. It's on the near extinction list. I think they've only found 2025. It's in
This
Tennessee. I have to look that up before I want to get
this
my
the one
fact.
in America?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've only read. I think I only read about it last year, or maybe this year. But yeah, it's in a region, isn't it? It's a it is. It's an ancient small tarantula, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it's like well, they haven't classified it as a
Oh,
tarantula,
right. Yeah. 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 I
but it
get you.
is
Yeah.
but it looks like a really, really tiny, tiny, tiny tarantula, and I think they've only found like 20 of these little guys in one cave. So they're
Yeah.
saying, yeah, this
Yeah.
is pretty much near extinction because they haven't evolved like the rest of
It's
the world needed to.
it's the missing link one we've got are Lephistius. We've got Lephistius trapdoor spiders, which they hail from sort of Thailand. I'm going to say like Malaysia, places like that. And they're a missing link spider. They're actually technically you'd call them a lipsid, because if you look at them, they have a segmented abdomen, which is quite unique. Well, it is unique. It's something which you can find in sort of the fossils in amber. You'd find that. They're an evolutionary step in the direction to what we have as the Margallamorph spiders today.
Yeah.
You can,
By the way, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I found what I was talking about.
Yeah, cool.
And they actually did classify it as a tarantula. I didn't know that. I thought they were in conflict about it, but apparently, uh, one of the national wildlife magazines talked to a certain biologist, and they
Mm.
classified it as a tarantula. So
Yeah, that's
it's because of a shrinking microclimate. This tarantula is so tiny; it's the size of a BB.
yeah, I get you. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it'd be very hard to well, we've got something going on like that at the moment as well over here. But yeah, obviously, I think I remember the picture. It was essentially it was on some moss, wasn't it? I think it was on.
Yep,
Yeah, I
got a
wonder if.
little piece of unknown animal in his mouth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's decimating the springtails or whatever. So whatever's going on there, like so.
Like, they're
Yeah,
so
I do. I
tiny.
remember the picture. Yeah,
But yeah, no, it's but like I said, those are the oldest spiders. So when somebody says true spider, I'm like,
yeah,
tarantula. The tarantula is a true spider. I know what you mean, but it's the tarantula you're
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. I get you. So the sort of wisdom is that it's all to do with the spinnerets and the jaws, isn't it? For true spiders, the claiming that these later evolutionary spiders are sort of the ultimate evolution, if you know what I mean, of what we see. I think that's sort of the wisdom, as it were. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
But
yeah,
it still drives me nuts. It's like,
yeah, yeah,
oh,
yeah. Sometimes I have to. I try not to be, but I do the pedantic thing, and I say, "Oh, technically, that's a mygalomorph," and it depends on the audience. You can just put people off doing stuff like that anyway. You have to
yeah.
know when to be a spider nerd and not, don't you? Really?
Yes, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah,
But what
yeah,
really gets me is when people call spiders poisonous. So when they
yeah,
ask me, "I- is spiders poisonous? Are tarantulas poisonous?" No, no, they are not. It's the
yeah,
honest truth. I'm telling the truth. I mean, they aren't poisonous. They're venomous, but they're
yeah.
not poisonous.
Uh, I'm, when there's a supposed threatening spider in a film or something like that, and if I'm at the cinema with my mates or something, they've got to the stage where they'll turn to me and basically wait for me to say, "Oh no, that's not from that country" or something, or "That's not dangerous." It's like, and it's not met with amazement anymore. Maybe like 20 years ago, people were like, "Oh wow," but now it's like, "Oh, here we go again."
Poor Scott. Poor Scott even said, "I called a false tarantula a true spider. Oh my god, the geeks had a field day with me."
I'd be one of them, so that's it.
Oh wow, the love is strong in this family. I
That
always call the invert community a family because only us get to pick on each other. If you ever think about it,
brilliant.
nobody else can come and pick on us. Oh, you want to get into a hobby? That's great, and then we openly accept you with
Yeah,
everything. But then if you're being for all folks, if you're being a jackass and you want to pick on somebody, you can't do that. The whole community will turn on you. I don't care if two people can't get along; they'll both turn on you.
no, yeah, it's there are some interesting fallouts in the community at times, aren't there? Really, that's why I try and stay with these smaller groups, and this is this way of communicating, being part of the community is a bit more intimate as well. I think so.
Yes.
Probably, probably because you're actually talking to people, you're a bit less prone to pick on things, aren't you? I think.
Scott says a true spider is a false statement. Anyways, that's what we were talking about. That's completely what we were talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
As a tarantula would be more considered a true spider since it's the oldest one.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can,
That's not what
I can see
people
the wisdom there. Like, yeah,
I can
there's
see
something.
it. It's just confusing, but it's like no, just say the name of the spider that I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. I was gonna say,
Crazy.
Scott's mentioned something there, and the species he's got something. It's called a calisoga, false tarantula, and they're crazy, absolutely. The you
Well,
talked about the
what is it?
defensive types.
Oh yeah, isn't that the one with the? I might have the two genus mixed up, but isn't that the one that has the venom that can drop you like a rock?
Don't think so. I don't know. I wouldn't want to find out if I'm honest.
Well,
They're just
there's one. Is it the? They're beautiful. They have the
mm,
elongated oval like um, abdomen.
yeah,
It looks a little funky, but they have the really really long spinnerets, and they make up these beautiful web homes, and they get really nasty. And they've got to actually there's a species of that particular genus. Now I can remember which one it
Ye-
is that will drop you like a rock. It will give you some hard time.
is it some? Is it something like macrothele or something like that, or one of the curtain webs or one of the funnel web species? You mean, or have I
I don't
am I got
I
the
don't know.
wrong end of
I
the stick?
guess, it could be considered that okay, you know what? Let's do it this way. Let's look it up.
Yeah, I like that. That works. See you later,
Oh,
Kane. You're right.
I'm trying to think of what the common term for it is as well, because I can see it in my head. Oh
Tiger
gosh.
spider. Is it the one they call a tiger spider?
Yes. Yes, yes, that's exactly what I was looking at. But,
Lanothele,
that
Lanothele
it's
phalanx.
Phalanx. It's the, Phalanx family, but it's the genus that I'm talking about because it's not that particular one that's
Yeah,
dropped you. There's one in particular, just one of that particular family that will really give you a really bad
yeah.
week.
I'm not sure which one it is exactly. I think it's macrothele. Yeah, macrothele. Linothele are sort of the curtain web spiders. Macrothele are funnel web ones, essentially. Um, yeah, I think it's Taiwanensis, I think, or is it Gigas? Yeah, Taiwanensis and Gigas. I think you'd have a bad day if one of them tagged you. I bet they're borderline DWA as well. Chatted with a few
Well,
people about.
there is one that I have to find it because as soon as I say it, I know you
Mm,
guys will. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Do, 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 do.
yeah, megalothoids.
Linothily. I think it's a Linotheli. Let me find it because I know what it looks like.
Yeah. Hey, Uptown. Yeah, he's cool.
Oh, they call them funnel webs. See, I did not realize that they called them funnel webs.
The common name changes with it. Well, yeah, it's just one of them general ones.
It see, that's why I stay away from the common term, the
Yeah,
common name.
yeah. One minute it's like a tiger curtain web, or it's a hammock web, and then it's a funnel web. Oh,
Looking up the genus. Huh. And of course, you know, they got to give you the whole list of genus, but no
yeah,
pictures. And
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
going to go through each and every one of them to find it.
Shows a Wikipedia, isn't it? Yeah, I'd love to have my hands on a really good book. You know, like some sort of comprehensive encyclopedia for that, and just have a look. But I think things change all the time. I think new species get discovered that often that it's probably quite hard to keep up to date, isn't it, with stuff like that?
Let's see. I don't know about you guys, but here in Sweden, we have a bite report site. And since we've got so many collectors in Sweden,
Yeah,
uh,
I get you.
the
Yeah,
bite report will tell you with the picture. And unfortunately, I cannot find it. At least we know it's not the Panama. I think the Panama actually is one of the more less. I think it's more skittish than anything. It just looks mean.
you get. I mean, in the UK, we have
Is it the
uh, we
Minax?
we call them in the UK like what's called a mouse spider is very different than an Australian mouse spider, which is pretty nasty to be honest. But ours are delicate little things, you know. So I bet there's a big mix-up. If you ever went to Australia, like, that's a mouse spider, mate. And we'd be like, what? Flipping like the ones we have, they're about as big as your fingernail. But the ones in Australia are these red-jawed beasts, basically. I think they're
Uh,
portofele.
oh yeah. Okay, so it's mostly blue. I'm having a hard time finding it.
You're all
But
right, yeah.
it's got basically a kind of an orangey red body with
Mm,
stripes, paint, and these blackish and bluish types legs. So it looks like it's very very similar to the tiger. What do you, is it?
yeah, it'll be adiplurid one of some sort. Yeah,
Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah.
no, believe it or not, they're on the warning list here in Sweden. So
That's yeah, that's interesting because I don't see many bite reports of them. I was chatting. In fact, I was chatting
people
to
are
one
very
last
careful
night.
with them. That's why.
Yeah, there was last night I was talking to a guy called his name David Dance. He knows his stuff, and he was telling me about one of the guys he speaks to. There's another big diplurid species. I think it's called Harmonium olapaque. I think I've never kept one. I've seen them, and they're impressive. And one of his colleagues got bit by one, but on paper, um, I hear they're quite scary. But luckily, this was a dry bite. So,
Oh, okay.
but
Ooh,
these are big, impressive curtain web ones. These.
yeah.
That's a black. It's like a black sheen body with almost a purple head kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I've come to find out. Here's a good way of telling if your spider is very venomous. Don't take this literal. I mean, this is a joke. For
Yeah,
everybody listening, this is a joke. A joke. Let me say this again. It's a joke.
it's
Hi, Tony. uh, no, hi, Tony is not the joke. The joke is, you see these bright, beautiful tarantulas, and generally they're old world.
yeah,
So if they're very pretty, don't touch.
yeah.
But no, that's
Oh,
actually completely false in every which way possible. But it's just kind of a funny thing to think. Now, my question to you is: how long have you been into the hobby? How long have you been studying? What do you? I mean, you seem very very knowledgeable, way far beyond my knowledge, and I even went to university. So, tell me a little bit about your history about keeping.
I've not really got any formal qualifications in sort of inverts or anything. It's honestly, it's just one of those childhood interests. I've been very lucky to be in situations where, well, for one, it's purely it's an interest. You know that you always have something as a kid which strikes a chord with you, doesn't it? And for me, it was the small things of the natural world. You know, I loved it. Well, there was a few places I went on holiday in the Lake District once. As a youngster, I was probably 3 or 4 years old with the family. And one evening, um, a rose chafer, and I remember a rose chafer landed on me, which is a big green jewel beetle, and that was like a moment I kind of remember as a kid, and that this beautiful large beetle, larger than anything I'd seen as a child, and it just held me interest, and my dad encouraged it, and my mum did, and it just grew from there. Um, I live in rural Lancashire, so I'm sort of on the doorstep of a few quite nice areas of natural beauty, and I was never far away from being able to go down a country lane to a nice little mill pond. What we, or on the family holidays, we'd go to, and I'd see all sorts. You know, I'd find stuff. I was looking under stones. There was all sorts I'd encounter. I'm trying to think of specifics really. What are we? Um, I used to find because there were, I grew up near mill ponds, and I used to find whirligig beetles on them. Do you know what I mean? The ones which stay on the surface tension.
Oh,
They
okay. Yeah,
yeah,
I was thinking, did I miss something? But I know
yeah,
it
they're
commonly known as the water bug, where
yeah,
I'm at
yeah,
from.
yeah. They essentially they swim in a figure of eight when you see them, and they're purely designed to live on the water surface. They don't really have legs. The legs are paddles, and these things just fascinated me. The design of them, they were perfect. They were like motorboats, like mini motorboats. They used to follow each other around. Um,
That's something I have to
yeah.
do in the future now. Every time I see one, I'm gonna have to start making motorboat sounds.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was from a young age. I was just around that stuff. I made the mistake of picking things up as well. One of the early memories. I've been bit as a kid. I've been bitten by water bugs. We have the greater water boatman, and they're essentially like assassin bugs. They're
Oh, I know
essentially
exactly what they're actually invading here in Sweden. And you're talking about the ones that get about the size of the palm of your hand, correct?
they're not I know what you mean, but these are I think they call them back swimmers. They've got big
Oh,
like
uh,
oar feet, but they're probably about as big as your thumbnail, something like that. Really,
oh, okay. We don't have.
yeah,
I don't have. We don't have the. We have the. We're now getting invaded by the
yeah,
large water bug. Don't ask me where they come from.
yeah,
Skeptical that people are bringing them over as pets, and then they get.
yeah, yeah. I think they're
And then
quite popular in Europe as pets. Yeah, yeah,
the problem is Sweden never had them. They
yeah.
were never part of our ecosystem, and now
No,
they're decimating our small fish.
yeah, they will. Yeah, yeah. They're Leo, I think it begins with L-E. Thingy, there's a gentleman who's got one, a lad called Ben Butler. He keeps one as a pet. Yeah, we've had them as I've had them. We've come across them in shipments of watercress, which my dad used to get at the market. I think they were sort of ones from Asia, the ones we used to get in by accident. But yeah, it's a. I think the Americans call them toe biters. They have like a toxic bite. Yeah,
You
well,
got a nasty bite.
yeah,
I would never want to get bit by.
no, no. Well, as an example, the small version that we get over here, it felt like I hit my hand with a hammer. It's just yeah, horrible.
Mm.
Um, and we have the small centipedes, which they begin with an. I think we call them stone centipedes over here, the common name, small red ones. And I remember I always used to call them red biters because first thing I did was a kid, like, pick it up, and next thing, oh, this wasn't a cute little ladybird. This was a creature which decided it didn't like getting handled and decided to bite me. So,
It was
yeah,
like, no, I'm done.
yeah, yeah.
You're,
That's enough of that. That's enough of you. Yeah, yeah.
oh my
So,
goodness.
um, so I used to spend a lot of time at the seaside. My grandparents lived in like a popular resort called Blackpool, which is popular for different reasons nowadays. It's like a stag do capital of England kind of thing. But it still does. It has quite a nice beach. And I used to find all sorts there as well. In the warm summers, you'd find strange like aquatic isopods, stuff like that. I used to like marine isopods. I used to find stuff like that. So I've been around stuff from a very young age, and I just used to almost consume knowledge about them. I used to go to the Harris Library in Preston, which was a really good resource for natural history stuff. And I was 9 or 10, and I just used to get the encyclopedias out and just read, try and find out what I'd find, and just read about them. And it went on from there.
Why didn't you try to get a degree in it?
that's it. I thought, well, just later, just the little curveballs which life brings. I think at a later date, kind of thing, kicked
No,
in. But
I was gonna say if your parents were like mine was like, yeah, you're not making any money. You had your go at it. I let you study it.
yeah,
I let you graduate to a degree, get a degree. I let you
yeah,
go to the zoo and work, but you're not making nearly enough money to support yourself. You're gonna do what I'm gonna do. And so I got yanked to do what my dad's doing,
yeah,
and
yeah.
I was into that. I was like, yep, I'm gonna do what he's doing.
There was, there was there was a little conflict I had. As I got a bit old, as you get into like the old teenage stage and stuff. Um, I got into like arc. I used to live. My grandparents lived near like video arcade machines, video arcade halls and stuff like that. So then all of a sudden, I wasn't going out looking for going out on like nature walks. Instead, I was uh, spending like £5 playing Street Fighter 2 or something like that, if you know what I mean. So
Yep.
I kind of got hooked on the arcades instead. That became a bit of a sidetrack. But yeah, staying on topic for you, one of the biggest things for me was the fact that my dad had an exotic fruit stall on Preston Market. Uh, and
Yeah, I was told to ask you about that.
yeah, yeah, it's that's been essentially the single biggest thing which exposed me to all the exotic creatures. It really opened my eyes. Basically, I used to instead of having a babysitter, like my mum and dad would sit me on the market stall on a stool, from when I was like 8 years old or something like that. So I'd just be watching the world go by. However, what you found was customs in England weren't that strict in years gone by. Nothing was coming in. It wasn't getting checked over. It wasn't getting irradiated or whatever happens now. Um, and you'd find like we'd get boxes of yams, boxes of pineapples from. I presume like something from Africa, something from South America, and more often than not there'd be stowaways, and that would range from the banana spider, which was the one everyone worries about. I think it's the
No,
Brazilian wandering spider.
I was
We've had
gonna ask
that.
you because there's two banana spiders, and this is
Yeah,
one common
is it the
occurrence.
cease? Yeah. Well, we
One is
had
the
to.
orb weaver, and the other one is a very deadly animal.
Yeah, we've had the deadly one. We used to have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We used to have to get customs to come and take them away. But I think they used to go to Liverpool Tropical Medicine when we got anything like that in. But other things I've had are katydids, which are essentially a large locust. They're part of that kind of family, large grasshopper family. And the thing is with these,
About, question: are you talking about the one from New Zealand, like the
well,
really
that's wetter. Yeah, that's almost like a true locust, if that
massive?
makes sense. Yeah, they're prehistoric, big wetters. Yeah,
Are
which
they? I think they're making a comeback from near extinction, but
yeah, they're
they're
protected, aren't
huge.
they? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. They're like you get wetters, you get things like Jerusalem crickets and stuff, camel crickets. Well, katydids, I think that's the right way you say it. They tend to be winged, whereas wetters aren't. They're like prehistoric, quite ancient looking, aren't they? When you look at
Well,
them.
I think wetters are completely they're too heavy
Yes.
for
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
any type of wing design, so they
Yeah.
just can't.
Yeah. 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 They're
If they ever
interesting.
jump and hit you, you're gonna feel it.
Yeah. Yeah. Big jaws, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah. They'd take a chunk out of you, wouldn't they? Something like that. Oh,
Good thing they're vegetarian.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah. Um, so it was the designs of them. They'd be very very different tropical cockroaches as well. The designs on them was so fantastic. And what I'd find myself doing was I'd, I'd bring them home. You know, these weren't dangerous. We knew they weren't dangerous. These, and we knew the manager of the marketplace. And so long as it wasn't something on a list, I'd bring it home and I'd just raise it. You know, and
Your
that was
parents
where the
were
interest.
very
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. They were really supporting my dad. My dad especially loved stuff like that. I don't know whether he was a fisherman. He used to love coarse fishing. He used to love getting out away from it, you know, into the wild and that. And I think that was my version. Uh, he he loved watching like the birds on the riverbank and stuff like that. Whereas I loved at seeing what these strange things from another country were. Uh, that's essentially where it started.
nice.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
that's beautiful because then, you've got a supportive family, you've got you were
Mm,
basically born with a curiosity, and it was encouraged.
yeah,
Whereas,
yeah,
most parents don't do that anymore. They're like, "No, don't touch that. Put that down.
yeah.
You're not bringing that in the house." And it's like,
Mm,
then you're basically stopping anybody from getting you're basically stopping your kid from becoming curious is basically what you've done.
yeah, I think that's a problem now, really, because we do seem detached here from the natural world. I sometimes speak to people from the Lancashire Wildlife Trust about this, and there's a big detachment. You know, the kids used to go out and
Yeah,
find
remember
butterflies
when
and stuff, didn't
remember
they?
when, boys used to chase girls with beetles, be like, "Look what I
Yeah,
found,"
yeah, yeah,
and they bring it to their
yeah,
mom and dad,
yeah,
"Look, I got the biggest
yeah,
one," and all the
yeah,
boys would gather, sometimes the girls too, would all
yeah,
gather, we would, compare the sizes of our beetles, and sometimes
yeah.
the beetles would go at it,
What
and
was
it's like,
hysteria?
it that was highly encouraged, but now it's like, "Don't touch that! Wash your hands! Don't."
Yeah, yeah. It's this. Yeah, I mean that's.
My mom didn't care as long as it didn't come in the house. She really didn't care. It was like, "Hey, mom, look what I found." "Yep, that's great. Don't bring it to the house." That was the end of the
Yeah,
conversation, but that was the only rule.
yeah,
She didn't.
yeah. It was,
Oh, so, are you ready for a refill on your glass? And that way I can introduce another song?
yeah, cool. Yeah,
Alright. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. We've got Baily's Bug Blog with us, talking about, how he got started in the hobby, and, after this, we're gonna probably start talking about his collection. So, hang in
yeah,
there
cool.
and, enjoy the music. By the way,
Excellent.
Stockholm is up next. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate everybody being here. Hear myself a little bit. I apologize.
Somehow I just moved into red light districts here. Uh, yes, interesting. I'm not even bothered changing it now either. So I basically, yeah, as I said, it's my birthday. I bought a load of, and I got some bought for me. Some smart lighting to replace some more. Uh, some of it I've got is silly expensive stuff, and once it breaks, it breaks. So I bought some cheaper Chinese stuff, and it is good. It's just changed of its own accord on me. So I've got a purple light behind my telly, and my three spotlights have turned boudoir red, basically. So that's where we're at now. So uh,
So you're
yeah,
now in Germany in the red light district.
yeah. Yeah.
Berlin red light district. It's not too far.
It's thankfully I've not got any schnapps with me, otherwise it'd be an expensive night. But yeah,
Oh. Anywho, let's carry on.
let's stay on top.
So much to say, but I gotta keep it clean and nice. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
is starting to work its way in. I'm like, yep, this is interesting. keeping it fair, keeping it fair. So tell us about your collection. What do you got on hand?
Right. So I've got a reasonably varied collection. It is mostly spiders. Number wise, you know what? I'm not sure in specifics anymore because I get a couple of slings sent to me here and there by different people. Essentially, sometimes like Scott has sent me stuff as gifts before, and some other people have sent me gifts because of the macro pictures I've taken for the website. So they've sent me random slings. So I've not really. I've probably got. Let's just have a look. I've got approximately 50 enclosures with something in at the moment. Be that spiderlings, be that one adult centipede or my assassin bugs, and some millipedes as well, which I got off Tony Webb here. Are there any specifics? Could you want to nail it down to specifics a bit for me there? Is that all right?
Oh yeah, no, I was just wondering what all you had. You say you had
No, yeah.
centipedes. The one centipede.
I've
What?
just got one, which I got from Tony at the Bristol show, and that's an Etrignopodus. If he's on the chat, he'd be able to verify that properly for you. I
Oh,
think it's a Nigerian orange leg centipede, which I got from him in Bristol.
wow, big.
Yeah, it's about, what size are they? I think about 6 or 7 inches. I think I see nothing of it, to be honest.
Centimeters. Tell me in centimeters.
Centimeters. What's that? I'm gonna say 15. I think.
Oh wow. Oh,
I think.
It's not like gigantic, but that's not exactly small
Oh
either.
yeah, they're not. They're not massive. I think according to Tony's advice, they're one of the more manageable ones. I mean, they're very reclusive, so it just lives
Yeah.
on one of the shelves where there's a heat cable, and it lives in sort of a tall sealed plastic rub, basically.
See,
I
so,
put some insulation around it.
can I ask a little bit more about your setup? Because in the zoo, the setups are a bit different. They're very practical for the zoo keeping, but not
Yeah,
practical for somebody who keeps animals at home. Um, and because of that, and me being in a rush and a dumbass, I
yeah,
got myself it. And that was the most worst thing. It was worse than the P Metallica bite. I'll just say that P
yeah,
Metallica
yeah.
bite was extremely painful, but it lasted for several months. Whereas the centipede bite didn't last as long, but it was like I
Mm,
would put myself in under the ground.
I
Is
think this. Yeah, I think. I wonder if that's because they're probably designed to target mammals as well, aren't they? Which hence
it,
us. So that's where you're going to start getting problems. Yeah.
and small avians.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
so
big
yeah,
time. Yeah,
they're they have a wider
yeah,
food range. They have a wider
yeah,
blah,
big
blah, blah.
time. Yeah,
Basically they can have eat just about anything they get their claws around.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're strong as well, aren't they? When you feel them.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing
Yeah,
is, this one actually gave me a scar. It gave me a
yeah,
small scar because
yeah, yeah,
it happened in a weird place. It was just where
yeah.
the skin is thin on the webbing of the hand.
Yeah,
So
I've got a scar on my little finger from a scorpion sting, which I think the species is a vegevate. No, it's a Smeringus mesonensis. Stung me on the little finger, and I've got like a raised little bump where it got me. It tagged me.
oh wow.
It was hanging upside down on the cork bark, where it never usually did. It essentially the species it used to bury itself in the sand, and I was just looking for it, check its welfare, and yes, and it was upside down. It just crawled over and tagged me, so that hurt
So
as well.
basically, you didn't confirm where the animal was before you stuck your hand in there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was in 2000 and early 2000s. That was I think that was in my going
Much
out
younger
looking
years.
trance music stage. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh, see, this is why I
yeah,
say when you're bit, it's always your fault. It's
yeah, yeah,
you have to own up to it. You have to take responsibility. And like with the P Metallica bite, I have a
yeah,
small scare where she tagged me. It was only one fang,
yeah,
gave me a lot of trouble. But I was in a hurry, wasn't paying. Well, I was paying attention to her to a degree.
yeah,
It's why I took my eyes off her and then started doing other things because I was in a hurry. That's what got me.
yeah.
Overreacted.
I've had that with it's escapes. I've had like rehousing. I've made mistakes with that. I've learned not to now. A lot of rehousing I do in the bath now. Um, or the or obviously catch cup and everything, but I got to a stage where I was perhaps a little careless. Uh, and I've had a few like fast, like arboreal spiders not do what I expected them to do. I know, been
Yeah, I,
chasing them around the place. Yeah,
all my fast tarantulas go into. I have a micro bathroom.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
nowhere they can really go. It's
yeah,
tiled from ceiling to floor.
yeah,
And if they try to
yeah.
get
This is
to if they try to get into the drain, they're too big to get into the drain.
yeah,
At that point, 'cause I do not rehouse my slings in there. There's absolutely no way.
yeah,
What
yeah, yeah,
slings, it's just easier to get them in the catch cup. Put the catch cup in the next enclosure, and then just leave
yeah,
them there because they come out on their own. They eventually will come out on their own.
yeah. I tend to do that. Yeah, yeah,
Especially with the much smaller ones, because then you're not stressing them out, and it's much easier on them. But the big fast ones, it's like especially the old worlds, always straight to the bathroom because I have
hmm
cats I have to be careful of. If What
yeah,
if they get out? Um, they get
yeah.
out. My cat's gonna get bit possibly. Then they're gonna get killed because my cats are a
Mm,
tremendous worst enemy. So
yeah,
it's just
yeah,
like it
yeah.
won't
Big
end
time.
well for anybody, and so you gotta take care. You gotta take environment into account before I
Yeah,
do anything.
yeah, yeah. It's, I mean, the only other species that bit me, I think they still call that, is it Grammostola rosea? And this was when I was probably about 12, and I was young, and it was like, oh, this is, I'd seen like handling tarantulas on TV and stuff. I was like, oh wow, it's a big fluffy spider I can handle, which
Oh
I think you
no!
kind of do. Yeah, I was young then. I was 12. It wasn't like
Where were
I
your
wasn't.
parents?
I think one was sat in a chair. And I remember it because it happened in slow motion as well. I just saw the fangs open, and it just, like arachnophobia, where the spider's on his leg. The film.
Oh yeah, no.
He sees it happening and he knocks it off. Well, I knew I had to take the bite because I knew about that's one thing I did know, the exoskeleton breaking kind of thing. I
Yep.
just took the bite, and well, you learn, don't you, by getting bit, ironically. So yeah,
Well, do you keep
yeah,
it? Yes,
I'm being typically me and going off topic here. This is quite common for me, but never mind.
that's fine. But do you keep any roseas? Do you have a
I
rosea in your collection?
don't. At the moment, no, I don't have anything. That's There are a few Genesis I would like to get now. I'd like to get. Is it a Panapelma, which unfortunately I lost the sling of, and I would like maybe some. A Grammar Solar, have they been changed to this like Ticotlier or something, Tikitli or something?
No, it's that's a brachypelma. Brachypelma.
Brachypelma.
Yeah, the
That's
Grammostola
yeah.
still Grammostolas, but the
Or
brachypelma
still
got
Grammar Stolars, yeah, yeah.
many of them got switched to Tecatl.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would like to get another Grammar Solar. I'm not sure what kind. But I'd like to get two of the American sort of prairie species, as it were. I'd definitely like to get another Panapelma as well at some point. The closest thing to that at the moment, I've got Brachypelma hamori, and is it a Brachypelma? Oh, it's a long-winded name. The one I've got. It's only a sling.
Are
I'm
you
gonna
talking
have.
about was it Albulosum?
It's not. No, it's oh Baumgarteri. Brachypelma
Uh,
Baumgarteri. Yeah, I think it's a flame leg. I think I might be wrong, but it's only a tiny sling, so I don't know.
this is why we leave the common terms at the door.
Yeah,
Try to
yeah,
for the most part.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. But
Uh,
yeah.
we were talking about uh with I was talking about this with Spider Monk. She was a guest on the show. I think it was
Mm,
Wednesday. We were talking about mix-ups when you go to a pet store.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I went to a reptilian invert
Mm,
store, and I was looking for a particular tarantula at the time, and I saw this. Okay, for those who weren't here for Wednesday, we were talking
mm.
about pet stores and how they mix things up. This one was they labeled it as a Grammostola pulchra, but it was a Thailand black longa piece. What's the first name?
Oh, Farsi was. Yeah, you told me. Yeah,
It's an aged
the
longa
golden.
piece,
Yes, yeah. No, you did tell me.
but anyways, yeah, no,
It's the one where we got mixed up on when we were chatting, isn't it? Yeah.
yes, but it
Mm,
was amazing that pet stores still don't do their research. For the
mm.
most part, they know what they have, and then they just assume. And you know how assuming goes. It makes an ass out of you and me. Uh,
You touching on how I got onto into this again. I was very lucky. Um, there was a small, like a hobbyist pet shop in the town where my grandparents lived, and I used to go there from quite a young age. They had they had various species of tarantulas. The ones you always used to get. I think one of the first ones which came into the hobby really were Formictiphus species. Um, and they unfortunately they were always kept wrong. They were kept on a piece of paper, and they had like a coconut hide or something and a heat light.
oh,
This is from general pet shops. Like I'm not, but I ended up when I was young. I was probably about 10 or 11. I found this pet shop. It was called Brian Hall's. I remember that. And it basically had the tarantulas and scorpions in, and the setups were I'd never seen them before. They were these naturalistic enclosures, which influences me to this day. And they were fantastic. I remember the people who worked there were energetic hobbyists, and they helped me. They helped me choose the right spider, which was the Chili Rose, Rosea, uh, and that.
the
I was,
psychopath of the tarantula world.
yeah, 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 yeah,
They are.
exactly. Yeah, well,
Those
yeah,
guys would flip on a dime. It's like
yeah.
I
People
don't
used to
know.
call them pet rocks, didn't they? Yeah,
People used to, yeah, but they're completely wrong. They weren't pet rocks. They
I
were
know.
straight up. They would straight up like. They look like they would be a pet rock. Let's put it that way. But if
Yeah.
you just stick a straw or something in there,
Yeah.
They wouldn't
Potty. Yeah.
hesitate to turn around and hit it just as quick. They didn't care
Mm,
for what it was. They were just
mm,
and they didn't have to be hungry either.
mm.
That was the thing. You could feed them one day, the next day, like give them a little bit of stimulation by,
Yeah.
rile 'em up a little bit, stick a straw in
Yeah.
there, tap them
Yeah.
in the abdomen. It's like snap.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, that straw's yours. Yeah, they have a tendency to hit it 2 or 3 times, don't they?
Yeah. 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 Proper,
Or
proper
never let go of it.
fornix, aren't they?
No, I
Yeah.
saw that you had a no, I have a personal question
Mm.
because, as of about 3 years ago, I got into the Formictopus genus.
Yeah.
I fell immediately in love.
Yeah.
And the first one I got was a Rhodos, Formictopus auratus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Compared to my Dominican purple, they're tiny.
Yes. Yeah. I get you. Yeah. Uh, they're
So
still
my question
balls of
is,
hate.
well, this one is really a ball of hate. It's more like I want to chase it and then spit it out.
Oh yeah. 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 I get you. Yeah. Yeah.
Mine mine didn't eat for almost an entire year,
Mm-hmm.
and then they picked up 2 pieces. They ate 2 times in a row,
Yep.
and that was it. That they didn't eat. They haven't eaten anymore. Now they're hiding. The thing is, I don't know if it's a male or female because they keep destroying their molts, and they've only
Yeah.
molted, I
Yeah.
think, a small handful of times. Is this normal for them? Because I'm like, am I doing something wrong? Because this doesn't not seem like a Formictopus at all. My Dominican purple is always out. My Dominican purple will hit anything. They'll eat anything. They're like the leftovers. You know when you get a pre-kill that just really wasn't eaten, so you're like, ah, well, you didn't have any interest in it. You take it immediately back
I
out.
think I think you're just highlighting how individual spiders can be. You just highlighted because my experience. I mean, my Auratus and my Cancerides, they attack the water dish with full venom, essentially, Um, and out of all the species I've got, um, they're essentially the ones which do the classic flip on the back, which you'd expect off. My old worlds tend to run down and hide in their hides,
Yep.
whereas my formics are the ones which flip backwards, lie on the back, and brandish the fangs at you. And I tend to go for like soft bamboo tongs now for feeding, and they're the ones which give no warning and bite the tongs straight off the bat. Both of them.
Well, see, but the thing is, I was just wondering if I'm doing something wrong with my Erotus because they're not molting. They're very small. They're not hooked out, so they're not. They're not a boy as far as I can see so far physically. So they haven't matured if they are a boy.
No,
And-
I found mine just shot up, as it were. I find mine just grew all at once. I'll be
Really?
honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mine is
yeah.
I've kept them for 3 years and they're just so small, and I'm like, uh, I would say they're
This,
probably about 4.5, almost 5 centimeters. And we're going on 3 years now.
I think they're quite, especially if it's a female. Then you probably they're quite again they're quite long lived and slow growing, if I recall. So
Really? Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
think
Then
so.
that,
Yeah, yeah.
that makes it so much easier because this one
Mm,
doesn't. Like I said, it took almost a year for them to eat, and then finally they ate for 2 times in a row, and they've stopped eating ever since. They've been hiding. They've been acting like they're the primo.
I mean, this sort of comes back to the sort of anxiety thing of keeping spiders, doesn't it? Which we always touch on. I mean, I'm the same as you. I've got a Sicarius thomsoides sand spider, and for years, well, no, sorry, for the best part of a year, it was a minute sling, and it was minute. It was doing nothing. Even with molts, it didn't really change in size. Um, and it had a molt about a week ago, and it's only just sort of become the spider you become more like the spider you expect it to be. And I was worried about it for the year. I was like, why aren't you growing? And
Yeah.
when I spoke to the breeder, and he said the odds are it's essentially it's just a healthy female going to grow on slowly. So I tend to go off that. I
Okay.
tend anything slow. I don't mean that offensively. I call that anything slow is female. Oh well, that's a whole
Oh
hell.
yeah, in the world of inverts, that's opening like a can of worms, and I could just hear the wall of hate coming this way.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's essentially it. I tend to treat them like that. I mean, I have got a few species that I am a bit anxious about, as we say, but they'll be fine. They will grow on, and there will be a molt where they hulk out, as it were. You know.
yeah, no, I just have my questions because I'm like, is she sick? Have I done something? No, I haven't taken her to the vet to get swabbed yet because she's not acting sick. She's still drinking water. She's plump. She's not dehydrated in any way, shape, or form. I'm just calling her a she for the time being. I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
her.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Um, and well, I could just call him Teddy because their name is Teddy Bear. And they haven't, so they're not showing any symptoms. They were doing a what I call a crawling, where they try
yeah,
to go up enclosure walls and they try to explore, which is something
yeah.
they
Mahamori does that. Yeah,
really
yeah,
don't do. Um, but this was shortly after they ate, so I imagine that they were feeling spiffy after they eaten
yeah,
after
yeah,
they ate
yeah.
for a whole year. And then my other one, my Brachypelma abulosum,
Mm-hmm.
albio.
Mm.
Mm, you know what I'm talking about. I
Yeah,
call her.
yeah, yeah,
I call them Albie.
yeah,
They hadn't molted for a year. They've been in pre-molt for a full year because they hadn't
yeah,
eaten. They
yeah.
were dark. They were swollen. But I'm like, really, just freaking molt? Nope.
I've got a Nandu chromatis like that at the moment. It's only a juvie, but it looks. I don't know if you ever see any of the Facebook pages where people get criticised. People say, "Look, you've overfed it and stuff." That's legit. I get that. However, I've got one which looks like one of them, and it hasn't eaten for months. It's just ready to pop. Um, but it has been in pre molt for a long time, and it is big. It's got a big abdomen, and I've honestly just left it to its own devices. Um,
No,
it
no.
will,
See, I do offer food on a regular basis. When
mm,
I go to feed, but if they don't eat it, I remove it. I don't for with them. I stopped trying to give them live. I just pre-killed everything
yeah,
because
yeah,
if they're not eating, there's
mm,
something. Maybe they're gonna eat it later. I don't know what their mood is. So I pre-killed everything at that point. Uh,
that's that made the hobby so much easier for me when and this is only almost a recent thing within the last 3 or 4 years, really, of sort of the new resurgence of keeping I had after a break. Was when I started feeding, because I always used to feed slings on um, the little micro crickets, micro crickets, which are always a nightmare to deal with. Um, and essentially, someone just told me one time, just feed them on the chopped mealworms, and
yeah, they do great.
they do absolutely great, and it's changed. It changed the game for raising slings for me. Little
Also,
chopped mealworms.
if you have a tarantula, a sling that likes it dry, that you're worried about the moisture, another good one is a chopped up maggot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Um,
something I should as well. I hear a few people feed them maggots.
yeah,
Easy
no,
to come by. Yeah.
what I do is because they're always clean. They have to be clean,
Mm,
especially if you're in an area that has a lot of environmental laws.
hmm.
Because you go to the fish store, you buy them. Don't buy the dyed ones because
No,
then you're
yeah,
going
yeah,
to
yeah. No,
So
no
you buy the
purple ones there.
dyed one, and then what they do is they give them to you. Yeah, they're already cold, so you can get them home.
Hmm.
And then I put them in a box. Now, if there's moisture in the box, they get stinky. But if there's no moisture, they don't really stink that much.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah,
and then what I do is I take them. I take the head part where there's a spike,
yeah,
a
yeah,
spear. That
yeah.
part gets thrown in with my mealworms,
Hmm.
so they have something to eat.
Yeah,
and then the
yeah.
other part gets chopped up
Protein.
into a mush, and then I just take the mush, drop it in, like with a little dropper,
I'll try that. Cause yeah, there are a few fish and tackle shops I used to go to
and they're
not
always
too long ago.
they will not have mites.
No, I
Um,
get you. Yeah.
there's no parasites. They're guaranteed to have zero parasites. And I noticed for the species, for the tarantulas that I have a couple that like it really dry. And that's really hard to do with a sling because you want to say a sling should have moisture.
Yeah, I lost one of my favourite ones actually for really just not getting it with the moisture, not getting it right. I think I well, I didn't saturate it, but I put too much moisture
I,
in, and this was
I'm guilty of that too.
I was gutted. I was gutted. It was a Panathelma, a Ponathelma Johnny Cash eye it was, which was essentially I just got it because I'm a fan of Johnny Cash, but unfortunately my husbandry for that, I don't know, I just had a bit, and this was only last year. This has only been a bit lax, so easy. Even I'd like to say experienced keeper, like even someone with a relative degree of experience can make a mistake with a spiderling, and
Oh yeah,
it's
no,
not easy, isn't it? Yeah, it's not
it hurts.
easy.
It hurts both emotionally because you love the animal that you got, and
Yeah,
then it hurts on a prideful level because you're like, why did I make such a small?
yeah.
Why did
Why did I do that? Schoolboy error. Yeah.
oh, no, I completely agree with that. But with maggots though, you can drop the goo in there, and especially with the really really tiny ones,
Oh yeah, yeah.
it works really good because then they're getting the correct amount of moisture
Mm,
internally,
mm,
and then a couple drops of water, with of course the water dish. There's some tarantulas I do not because they're I hate to say this because they're so tiny.
yep.
They're like I need my glasses to see them, and then on top
Mm-hmm.
of that, I need magnifying glass to see
Yep.
them.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
those I don't put in water dishes. Most people go, "Why not?" I was like, "Well, because the moisture from the soil isn't definitely
yeah,
enough for them,
yeah, yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
just going to oversaturate if I put a water dish in there."
Yeah, I use like a little clump of sphagnum there. Put in some sphagnum moss. Uh,
Exactly, but they could totally get their moisture from that.
yeah, yeah,
So then you're not oversaturating. But then, of course, there's other tarantulas where they just practically want to swim, and you're like, really?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, like I have one of the ones I have they are like bulletproof, but it's the one I have a fine line of keeping. I've given up putting water dishes in my GVB green bottle blue because it just gets wet bits. So essentially, I, I try and essentially saturate one corner, just one
Well,
corner. They can
with
get
mine,
away.
I have a perfectly good suggestion for that.
Mm? Yeah,
I
yeah,
put mine. I have a fairly decent sized but shallow water dish in the center of her enclosure.
okay, yeah,
I just flood the crap out of it.
yeah,
And what
yeah,
that does, what she has done essentially is she's worked her web all the way around it. So it's like a funnel.
yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, yeah,
So the
yeah.
webbing on the bottom catches it, and I've caught her drinking from her webbing. She
Oh,
almost
that's good.
refuses
Yeah,
from the water
yeah,
dish. But she'll drink from that. Now that means the soil is not getting saturated. The only
yeah.
problem with
It's
this is when you drop in food. The
yeah.
web can kinda get a little messy, and then you're trying to clean up so it doesn't get too moldy. Speaking of mold, I have to take care of that. I've got a tarantula that it utterly refuses to clean out her enclosure, where she lives, so all of that moisture and all of those dead carcasses that now have she's created her own mold farm.
Oh
I
yeah, yeah.
So I kinda have to go get her.
It
She's
can be tricky that as well because some species like the springtails won't take, will they, or anything like that. The springtails will either just stay around the water dish or most of the environment's too dry. So I'm a massive advocate of springtails. You see, in that instance.
Oh, see, I got flooded by springtails, but that is a story for another time. Are you ready for another break?
Yeah, yeah, go, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for
Okay.
coming. I see Stefan and even Tony Webb is back. He said hello. I caught that. I don't know if he's still with us. He
Well,
did say he's going to be in and out.
trouble.
But If you are here, please say hi in the chat. I'll give you a proper shout out. I got to give you guys a perfect shout out because I appreciate you guys being here. And right now we've got a next song coming up, which is. Ooh, which one should I play next? Detroit. So I hope you guys enjoy the next song coming up. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for being here. I see Scott Inverts is in the house. Got Spider Mom saying hello. We've got quite a few people, actually. I even saw, I have to scroll up there a little bit. I saw Tony Webb again. Hello. He's back. He's back for a short bit. And we have Stefan so far. And I think Zelig is still with us, but I haven't seen him say hi in a while. So if you guys want to shout out, maybe you've got a channel, maybe you've just started out, say hi in the chat. I'll give you a pure shout out. Let everybody know. Go check you out. And we're here with Baily. So you hanging in there? How many drinks have you? How many drinks are you in so far?
And the big bottles. I've got some Leffe, so it's just quite nice. And the next one, I think I'm going to water down into a shandy as well, because I had a few drinks last night for my birthday.
So you're like, I just want to take it easy tonight.
Yeah, the joys of I'm still feeling a bit from the that which can't be mentioned. I feel like so.
Oh wow! Well,
yeah, I feel a lot better though. Yeah, a lot better. Thanks. Nothing like I was on Tuesday. I was away with the fairies, as they say. So can you give me about 5 minutes? I've just got a few things to sort, and I'll jump back
Oh,
on.
yeah,
You all right? Yeah.
absolutely. How about we could actually jump into another song? I don't
Oh,
think
cool.
anybody will
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Cool. I'll
Zealous is like, "No, I'm still here."
right,
He's waving.
right. I'll jump
All
on
right.
when I'm back. All right. Cheers.
No problem. Take care.
Thank you. Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a next song coming up. We're going to give him another break. It is Midwest Diner. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if Bailey is here. Nope, he is still not here yet. Which is fine. Take your time, no rush. So I'd like to give you guys another shout out, or I'd like to give Epidemic Sounds a shout out. Let me put that way. My brain is a little mixed up. There has been adult beverages. Also, another thing I'd like to say is if you're having an adult beverage with us, please drink responsibly. With that being out in the way, I wanted to give Epidemic Sound another shout out because they have such great music and they love to give new artists their dues. They don't like to cheat them out on what they owe or anything like that. So they do a really great job in taking care of the new upcoming artists. We were talking about pokies in the chat while we wait for Bailey to get back. I love my pokies. I have two boys. I have Izzy and uh, Tiptoe, who are just absolutely darling. Probably Tiptoe is a little more territorial, whereas Izzy is just very easygoing. So again, Bailey says they're back. Welcome back, Bailey.
Excuse me. I'm just eating a sandwich. Yeah. Hey. All right.
Yeah, you're fine. You're
Okay.
perfectly. Got a
Yeah.
little bit of
Yeah.
scraping going on.
I was actually just trying to find a bottle opener, so that was fun and game. So never mind. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, so now the truth comes out. Now we know why. That's what you
That's
wanted
it.
the story. Your drink broke. There was a hole in the top. Now it was empty, so you gotta go fix it. I get that a lot too. I'm on my fourth glass of rum, so if I begin to
Oh,
stutter a little
nice.
bit, I apologize.
Yeah. Yeah. Rum has led to interesting situations with me. That can be a bit of a taboo one for me. Rum, I find. Mhm.
No, I
It's
just see a random comment. What's in the sandwich?
ham and cheese. That's it. A basic
Uh,
ham and cheese sandwich. This one.
oh, nice. Yeah, see, with me being on a diet, I'm not really allowed to have the bread or any of the crap like that. So No sandwich for me. I get
Yeah,
soup.
I think bread's my downfall. To be honest, it's the same. It is. It's surprising, isn't it? Really, it's
That's so
you
good.
can,
And you're surprised because it's, like, in everything you eat,
yeah,
whether it
yeah.
be, I mean, you have it, with your with spaghetti, the garlic bread, you have it with your pizza, the bread that's underneath, you have it I in your cereal because it's wheat. I mean, it's everywhere.
I went through a phase of buying the wraps, like the sort of tortilla wraps instead of making like sandwiches with them. But I just got out of the habit and just started end up buying loaves again. So it's something I need to do. That really. Oh.
Well, if you're like me, you go out when you go big shopping,
Mm.
for the month. I buy like 4 or 5 loaves and I'll stick, if I buy like 4 loaves, 3 of them go in the freezer. So yeah,
Well,
no, I'm horrible. I was horrible before my diet, and that was just that was. And now it's like it's really hard um, to hold back because sandwiches make a really great snack, and then you have you want the garlic bread, like I said, with your spaghetti when there's already carbs in the noodle. Um, and then you want toast. I don't know about you guys, but one of my most guilty pleasures before my diet was, have a cup of ramen. All the juice in the bottom. I'd go toast
mm,
breads and use it as a dip. And if I was still hungry, I'd put like sandwich meat in the toast and then dip it like you would a normal sandwich would dip. And oh my god, it was like the best.
used
I'm a weirdo, I know.
well, there's an old recipe from Lancashire, where I'm from. It's called dripping toast, and it's basically the sort of residue of like a big Sunday roast or something, big beef joint or something, and you essentially take the jelly from that and put it on toast. That's one of the Lancashire recipes there. So
A part of me wants to cringe because the
it's
white
nice.
because of the fat, but I know the flavor, and that sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
The other part of me is like,
he,
oh, that's actually sounds pretty good.
he's just seen it, Scott, as well. He does know what I mean.
I, now here's I'm going to get off a little topic just a little bit because we're
Yeah,
talking about food, and there's two things in life that I really love, and that's one my inverts and two food. So
yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
take brownies. If you take brownies and you put chocolate chips in them, so you've got a really chocolatey brownie,
Mm.
very soft. Sprinkle bits of bacon on top. You will find the most heavenly taste ever, and that's an American recipe. As everybody knows, I lived on the border of Canada and the U.S., which was Alaska, because
Oh yeah,
I lived on the Yukon side
the Yukon. Yeah, wow,
yeah, of the Canadian
great
side.
wild. Yeah,
So, as a kid there, that's where I grew up. Uh,
cool.
as a kid, there's a long story to that, but anyway,
Yeah,
uh, so I had a few American friends, and one of them said, "You got to try this." And at a minute there, I was like, "Oh God, why would I like desecrate bacon with brownies?" And it's not desecration of bacon; it's more like you're blessing the brownie with bacon. It tastes so good. I can't even explain how good it was. Because it has this nice crunch of the bacon. Because you don't want the soft. There's I usually use soft bacon for sandwiches or
yeah,
when I'm
yeah, yeah.
wrapping something like sausage or something.
Mm.
But you really want to get that really crispy, salted or smoked bacon on top of it's just a little sprinkle. It's not like you're dousing it or anything like that on top of this brownie. And I cannot tell you the heavenly taste that you will eat. So I
Yeah,
highly recommend
I
you to
can
try that.
sort of, yeah, I can fathom that actually. Yeah, well, bacon works with anything, doesn't it? Really, so you can actually get
Ice cream.
bacon flavour stout as well. If you ever go to one of the beer festivals, like we have one at a place called the Top Block here, they have like bacon flavoured beer, ridiculous stuff, stuff like that. So
Germany is about 5, 6 hours, or maybe even 7 hours away from where I live. And so it's basically a full drive down. You stay the night and you drive up. And but, a lot of Swedes go down there during used to go down there before the name that shall not be named started. They used to go down
I know,
there.
yeah,
They used to go and have a bit of a drink down there, and
Nice.
because it was much cheaper to go. It's actually surprisingly much cheaper to take a trip down to Germany, stay there for a weekend,
Mhm.
drink there, and eat there than it was to spend a weekend in Sweden, where you would
Oh,
live.
yeah. Yeah.
Because drinking the booze here is so overly priced. It's
Mhm.
just it's sad.
It
So,
was the same for us, to go to, like, Czech Republic or something. That's why it's so popular with the English. It was so cheap for us to just go there, go for a weekend instead of the expense of a night out in Liverpool or something like that. Yeah.
well, somebody said Five Guys bacon milkshake. I won't do a bacon milkshake. I've seen those. I won't do that. I'm not brave enough to do that, but I am brave enough to do bacon on a brownie or bake a little bit of bacon on a brownie ice cream sundae. Um, but now we've gotten way off topic. So
Yeah,
let's get
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
let's get back to the inverts. That's why we're all
Reel
here,
it
right?
back in. Yeah.
Stop being a podcast. Straight up became a hangout spot.
Chat.
Let's stop being a hangout spot. Let's go back. We'll come back to the podcast. Let's get back to your enclosures because we do have a few minutes, and I
Yeah.
do want to open a question, a Q&A
Yeah.
a bit
Cool.
later, if you've got the time, of course.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm absolutely fine for that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
off work for the week. Well, I go back on Monday now, so that's me done
Oh
for
wow!
the
So you got
weekend.
like the whole weekend, ladies
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
gentlemen. Now have a new drinking buddy.
It works, doesn't it? Yeah. Cool. You like
But,
cognac as well?
now my question is, do you have any Zenithus genus?
I don't know Xenethus or Panthobetus. I mean, I have found them really interesting as well, and it's something I need to look at when I actually get to a show. Yeah.
Because I'm doing this in the blind. As I was explaining this last Wednesday, I wanted to start my own business,
Hmm.
my own tarantula boutique, and that's been a long time dream of mine, and it will
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
be a long time dream until it comes
Yeah.
true. And I've got my hands on three Zenithus, three Zenithus white, species white.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah.
And, of course, they're all suspect boys. I wouldn't be able to get a girl. There'd be no way, with that kinda luck. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have, like, the worst luck ever. But I really do find them a joy to care for, but I'm flying in blind when it comes to care. I cannot find really too much on them, which is kind of annoying.
There's a
And
there's a gentleman called Dan Naisbitt who might know something about them. It's worth asking him really. We'll give him a shout via Scott or something. That's always worth it.
oh, okay. That would be great because if I can find somebody to at least help me guide through the basics, that would be
Yeah.
incredibly nice. Because I've been taking care of them like I would, because I did find a little information on the Zenithus. What is that? The bright,
Imanis.
the
Yeah.
Amana, but what I found was on the bright, and I can't think of the rest of the term.
Yeah.
And it was
They're
like,
very
high.
specialist, aren't they? I struggle on those and Panthos myself. They became the ones where they're where they become very specialist, didn't they? Those species.
Oh, okay. Because like I said, I'm flying in blind, so I'm like trying to gather as much information as I could. And before I got them on, I'm like, there is absolutely nothing on them. Like, okay, so I got them, and I've given them a high temperature, or not a high temperature, but a high moisture rate, because apparently
Yeah.
that is common with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want the high humidity, but they want it very warm.
Yeah.
Unlike some of my other species, they're like, give us the 23-degree weather. They want the 25.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
I
so
think
I'm like,
there's
well, everybody here has 20 between 25 and 28, depending on where they are at in the room. I have a fan that circulates air, so in certain parts of the room it gets a little warmer than the other. So I'm like, okay, everybody, all the adults on this side go there, and that's where they live comfortably, and all the other adults on that want a little cooler live over there.
Yeah, mine are like that species stroke, whether it's a sling or not. And, I try and follow gradients to a certain point at least. So yeah.
But Spider Mom, did he do it on the species white and not just on the Zenithus? Because with the Zenithus species that from my understanding, they live in various different biomes of South America. So, did he actually do it on the species white, or was it a different? Because, like I said, they might belong to the same genus, but they belong to a different biome. They're going to be built a little bit different.
You get funny things with some of these species because some of them are like high altitude rainforest and stuff like that as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So they
and
would
then you've
want it a
got
little
ones,
cooler, and then you got the lowlands would want it a
yeah,
little
yeah,
warmer.
or the ones which live on essentially side of a mountain on a a mountain rainforest and the specific rainfall and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Okay.
get into some very interesting specifics. I think both Hadley Davis and Dan Naisbitt, when you get a chance to speak to them, they talk a lot about the cycling of the conditions for breeding and raising. So they're probably some of the best guys to ask, really.
Okay. I'm gonna have to pick somebody else's brain then. Have to bring them on the show so I
Yeah,
can
it's
pick
a
their
bit.
brain. So anybody knows who Dan is, let them know that eventually I will have a slot open for Friday. They need to come on to the show.
Cool.
I can pick the brain. That would be great. Because it's funny because I didn't know any of you, until I met Scott. I didn't
Or
even
there's
know he.
Hadley as well, Hadley Davis as well, but I'm not sure. Does he tend to specialise in all old worlds? I think he's definitely worth
Okay,
asking as well.
just on the genus in general, not the white. Yeah, and see that's the thing. You can kind of get away with it with the old worlds, but you can't,
Yeah,
and you can kind of get
yeah,
away with it with the new worlds, but you really have to take in consideration of the altitude for the
yeah,
new, especially the
yeah,
new worlds, because they're built
yeah.
very, very differently. Um, it's funny because when people mention South America, they think just tropical islands or the tropics. I'm like, dude, they have mountains
No,
with snow on
yeah, yeah. Crazy. Yeah. Is it Chile which is high altitude?
them.
And
Yep.
then like Sicarius are from there. Yeah.
And then there's also the Brazilian. Isn't there like a mountain chain that goes through that area? It was like
Hmm.
Chile all the way down to Brazil or something
Mm.
like that. It was massive, and the mountains are really, really high. It's actually pretty gorgeous, to be
Is that the
honest.
Andes? Is that the Andes Mountains or not? Or am I wrong there?
What? It's
There's
called
the
Google. That's
Andes
a map.
Mountains, isn't there? Yeah. Hmm? Hello? Hey.
Oh, I'm here. I was just like, there's Google. I'm gonna Google it.
Hmm.
Age range. Range in South America. The Andes. Yes, we're talking about the Andes, and oh my God, the Andes take up almost the entire continent.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna guess it's like a big tectonic plate thing, isn't it? So
Yes.
where everything came together, isn't it? Which caused that, yeah.
And to be honest, they have some of the oldest ruins in
Mm.
all of mankind, which would make
Hey, look,
sense.
there's another gent, Martin Lees. I think he visits places like that as well. Um, he's
Cool with that.
he'd be interesting to speak to as well.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just the South America is so huge and it houses a lot. But then you have places like India as well, who also have everything from basic desert all the way up to the mountains as well. Um, and so you have to be careful. So, like I said, but for the most part, for the most old worlds, they
Here he
tend
is.
to be more of. Oh, there's Dan. Hello, Dan. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time.
Brilliant. Yeah,
Dan, if you'd like to talk about the Zenithus, I have a lot of questions. So you can. Is it okay if he calls up for during this interview, or would you want to wait until the Q&A? It's up
no,
to
it's
you.
fine.
Okay. Dan, if you like, I can give you a invite to the room, and you can come join the interview. What we do here on Exotics Radio Podcast is we do an interview on Have a Drink with Me Friday. Today is Baily Bugs Blog, and your name came up because I had a question about the Zenithus species white that I'm keeping. White species, wow. I could just hear the hate coming in. Okay, here's the invite. Oh, there it is. There we go. And again, you're more than welcome to come join us. We do take breaks occasionally to add a bit of music, spice things up, also to refill our drinks. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come up because like I said, I do have quite a few questions about the Zenithus. Because again, nobody has information on them. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
Let me try and figure this out. Okay, not a problem. Take your time. If you're okay with making an extension on it, of course, this is all on you, Baily, because you know
no,
the interview was originally for you.
I love it. Yeah,
Right.
superb. I mean, some of these specialist species I don't know about, so I want to try and learn more as well. You know.
Oh, and it's a great opportunity to learn something new. So you know, in this description, I can go at such and such time frame. That's when Dan comes in and we talk about such and such. So if anybody else has questions, here we go. Add to stream. Hello, Dan. Oh, well, no, he jumped off. He was like, "Goodbye." It was a hit and miss.
Right. Swing and a miss.
It was a hit and run. You know, it probably behooved me to play another song. Wait, but then he's gonna come on as soon as I know as soon as I get a song going, he's gonna come on, and then it'd just be awkward silence for him.
Technical difficulties. This is where the little card comes up, isn't it?
You know, and I think it's because people tend to want to turn on the camera, or they automatically wants to turn on the camera, but then they feel kind of out of place since you know they don't see the people on the camera. So if you want to, what you do, if that's the issue, Dan, if you want to show a picture of what you do, it's what you can do is just hit turn off camera and then upload picture for thumbnail, and there you go. That's how I do it. It's like at least it proves that it's live. But as we're waiting, yeah, like I said, and then there's the. I always get asked this question especially when it comes to, you know, learning new facts. You know, we've probably known this for a little while, but you know, people getting into the hobby is like, is it true that tarantulas steal frogs? Yes. Yes.
That appears on like Lab Bible and stuff, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And it's
Yeah.
like, and that's too. No way, this can't be true. I was like, no, they do. What they do is they coat their exoskeleton in water droplets because it holds, and the tadpoles will just move right on up, and then they walk back to the burrow with them. And there's enough moisture in the rotting dead wood for the frogs to develop. So I mean, it works out for the frogs and it works out for the tarantula. And then as the frog grows, you know, they grow with familiarity, so that the tarantula has to, or basically they eat all of the pests trying to eat the tarantula's either leftovers, or they eat the leftovers and minimize the pests coming in. So it's just it benefits both. Oh, that's you got to be making that up. I'm like, no. The right phone died. Give me 5 minutes and I'll join you guys. Oh, that's typical. That is a typical. Uh, if I want to do something, something always happens. You should hear my getting my podcast.
Part of the fun.
Should we play another song or should we continue?
Yeah, put another song on if you want.
Okay, all right. Oh, we would definitely do that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I am Cracks, your host, with Baily from Baily's Bug Blog. We also have Dan coming on very soon. So if you guys want to stick around for a longer than normal podcast, we're more than happy to have you here. We also have Scott Invert's Spider Mom 1978. We also have Scott's Animal Adventures with us. And occasionally We have a few pop-ins from Tony Webb. And there was one other person. It was Tony Webb and who else? Oh, Zelig. That was right. And Stefan. We have Stefan as well. We can't forget our fans. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys for tuning in and listening. We have another song coming up right now from Epidemic Sound. It is When the Noise Settles. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Again, we've got Tony Webb, Dan, Scott Animal Adventures, Bailey's Bug Blog, and Stefan with us. Plus, we got a Spider Mom and Zelig. So thank you again all for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. We're going to be talking about the Zenithia species more in depth a little bit later as soon as Dan can get on. We've got a little bit of a technical issue. Now, to get back to what we were talking about, booze. No, I'm joking. I like my booze. I'm petting my rum. And Dan is with us.
I think
Hello.
we're in.
Congratulations, you made it.
Yep, that was harder than I thought it was going to be.
Hold on. I got something for you. There you go. You made it. I had to give you a
I can live with
that. So I was informed that you keep Zenithus and would know more about the Zenithus species white.
Right, and first I'm going to have to correct how you say it, because otherwise it's going to bug me too much.
Okay.
So, apparently, the way you pronounce it is Zenestis.
Oh, Zenestis.
Apparently so, yeah. Better than how a friend of mine used to pronounce it. It was Exenestis.
Oh, that would drive me up absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, funny enough, I'm actually in my spider room right now, which is why my phone died, and I've got one right in front of me right now.
Oh, nice. Now, I've been looking everywhere for information on these guys. growth weight, care, feeding, and the only thing I can find is on the bright and the Imminus,
Imanis.
but I cannot find anything on the white.
So your white, how to put this diplomatically? You've got two strains of Xenestis, or two main strains, which is your Imanis strain and your intermediate strain. So your intermediate is the only one that's actually described. The rest are just kind of named by the people who discovered them in Venezuela/Colombia. Okay, so your white and your bright technically could be the exact same species. Genuinely, this is the problem with things like Pamphibetius and Xenestis, is that they could, when they're classified, they could all you could potentially have 10 or 11, 12 different species go down to about 2 or 3. The belief is that the bright is just a colour form of the intermediate and the species white. So they're technically the same thing with just a natural colour variation. Hence why you'll probably only find information on the bright, which covers pretty much 3 or 4 different separate subspecies.
Oh, okay. That actually is pretty stress relieving, because I was a bit stressed going, why can I not find information on these guys?
You want to try having a room full of Pamphibetius and Xenethus, and then once they're described, my collection could go down from like 40 different species down to 7, potentially.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that also explains why they're doing so well right now. Oh, I was a bit worried because, when they're slings, the care is pretty basic, almost. But then when they get a little bit bigger, then that's when the variant starts changing. And then I was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of it depends what school of thought you run through, doesn't it? I mean, probably a lot of people who listen to this podcast go through the sort of care and husbandry of trying to keep each species as close as we can to that in the wild. But then there's quite a lot of people out there who will keep them exactly the same as our boreals from Asia with absolutely no issues. But then you end up going down the argument route of going through, is your spider thriving or is it just surviving?
Exactly. And then there you have people who will consider, even though they're thriving, they're just barely surviving because you're not doing it my way. It's like,
exactly. And that's just a complete rabbit hole. Once you start down that path, you've got a whole another 4-hour podcast potentially.
It's a rabbit hole that never ends. It just continues. And it's like, you see the picture of the snake eating its own tail.
Yeah, exactly that.
That's pretty much exactly what's going to happen. You've got the head trying to chase the tail, and the tail is following the head. And it just belongs. I just got to wash my hands of that one.
I think it's with Xenestis. I mean, I tend to keep them average temperatures, so like 24, 25, depending on what average temperatures people are. And then humidity-wise, I just tend to chuck moss in with them. This is exactly the same for your species from Colombia, which is like Solaris, Pamphibetius solaris, and then species from Venezuela, which is like intermediate, species bright, species light, and Imanis, etc.
Well, the problem is also where I live, it's very dry here. And then
Where do you live, just so I know for reference?
Sweden.
Oh, wow.
So, so like I said, it's very dry here.
That's a very un-Swedish accent, mind.
Oh, you haven't listened to the rest of the podcast. I originated from Canada, on the Yukon side. So I mean, I lived in the Yukon, but on the Canadian
Completely
side.
off topic, right? But my favorite
Yeah.
program to watch at the moment is Gold Rush.
That is
Like
an actual.
I'm
That's
literally
an American
obsessed.
TV show.
I'm obsessed with it at the moment. I've like watched like 5 series in the last month or so. It's amazing.
Okay, let's put it this way. Alaska is not part of Canada. That's the American side. I lived on the Canadian side,
Right. Okay.
but I lived on the border or near the border. I didn't live on the border. You cannot live on the border. It's actually, I believe it's almost virtually impossible considering the terrain.
So you've basically swapped snow and freezing temperatures for snow and freezing temperatures.
Yeah, pretty much. But it wasn't my fault. My parents dragged me here, so.
What's your tarantula scene like in Sweden?
Well, I was say here in my room, it's very dry. It's very arid. Because when winter hits, there's almost no moisture in the air, and it's very dry because of the cold outside.
Right.
And then you add a heater, because I have a heater with a fan that circulates the air, and then I have an actual furnace as well. So the water heating furnace, the wall furnace. So it does both. And so I'm constantly having to water my tarantulas because give it anywhere from a half a day to a full day, they're dry. They're arid again. I'm like,
oh wow.
The plastic containers are about the only ones that I can actually keep any type of moisture in.
Yeah.
And then you break it down to, are the tarantulas getting enough ventilation? The smaller species and the juveniles and the subadults, yes, they're getting enough ventilation. But when it comes to the full-on adults, they have to get moved into the larger enclosures, which is like the exoteras that I have, and keeping them moist is impossible.
See,
So I have
we're
to
quite
water.
lucky. I mean, our average humidity here is about, I would say, it doesn't fall below 60% in the UK, even with heaters and things like that. So everyone worries about humidity in the UK. Technically, even at its driest, it's 60-ish, 55%.
And in here, you're practically looking at a desert almost when it comes to moisture.
Oh, nice.
In my room, at least. But you got to remember, it's because I have an extra heater, because the weather here, the windows will not stop the cold. You can keep it as insulated as you want, but when you hit those extreme temps, it's just going to get cold and it's just going to radiate. So you get a draft, and of course you want to keep the room ventilated. And we have ventilation that leads out, because that's how the one vent leads in and one vent leads out directly from outside, and so that also creates another draft. So it's like I'm during the winter time, it's a struggle to counteract the draft. So the wall heater is near the vent that leads in, and the fan.
So they're trying to heat the air.
Exactly. Now I've got a purifier there as well, and now I have also a purifier for going out. So it basically, I'm trying to keep all of the humidity in here as much as possible. I even have a humidifier that I just basically stopped using because it wasn't doing anything. It was just waste. It was just like a waste of time at that point. So it's just like, it is a struggle during the wintertime. During the summertime, it's not so bad because we have the spring where the snow melts, and then we have the summer when we occasionally get basically a shower, rain. You got to remember, Sweden is pretty much almost an island if it wasn't for Finland, Finland and Norway, because the lower part, the southern part of Europe doesn't touch us. So if anything is going to move in here, it's usually from Finland, because Norway is not attached to anything other than Russia and Finland through the northern part.
Yeah, I need to brush geography.
So it's like it's a huge. We're basically landlocked, and so we don't have. I would say we really don't have the storms and stuff because of that. We don't have the warm waters. Our waters are just naturally cold. We'll always stay cold, so we don't.
So I
have this
assume you get like kind of real winters and real summers. Then I assume.
Yes.
Yeah. See, we just get damp drizzle. pretty much all year round, to be honest.
You know, we don't have bad weather here. We have almost good weather almost all year round.
Yeah, see, that's just ridiculous. We get like 12 degrees and some mild rain for 9 months of the year.
I hear Bailey is chuckling over there.
I'm so jealous. Like, I would literally give anything to have a proper winter and then a proper summer. But instead, we just get the crap that goes in the middle.
So now that I've got you here and you've basically cleared up some misunderstandings, I'm going to ask you both. I've asked Bailey how he got started. So now it's your turn. How did you get started into the hobby?
In fact, you know what? Funnily enough, I've always kept reptiles. So reptiles have always fascinated me. So, like, I had monitor lizards for a long time. I then went to university, so I had to sell all my reptiles and my monitors. So then I kept nothing. After uni, I met my ex-partner, had a daughter with my ex-partner. She was not into animals or reptiles whatsoever, so we kept nothing. We then split up, and then funnily enough, obviously I tried to get my daughter into like strange animals like reptiles and things. And so we got 2 axolotls. And then from keeping axolotls, and we went to the reptile store to get some food for the axolotls. And there was a massive poster of a tarantula on the wall. And her mum, my ex, is absolutely terrified of spiders, like complete arachnophobe. And I thought, I don't really want my daughter to have this kind of feeling about spiders when they kind of fascinated me a little bit, but not masses. And so she was like, "Oh, Dad, that's a massive spider." I was like, "Yeah." And I've known the guy who owns the exotic shop for years and years and years. And I said to him, I said, "Right, go and get your biggest spider you've got and just see what she does." Anyway, so he went and got this massive Lasiodora parahibana, brought it out, popped it on his palm, and she crouched down and started stroking its bum. And I just stood there like, "Oh my God, my child has no fear whatsoever." And then from that moment on, she pestered me for the next 2 weeks to get a tarantula as a pet. I made the mistake of letting her choose what she wanted, and she ended up choosing an adult female Ceratigiras marshali, adult female.
No way!
Yeah, so this is our first tarantula we kept, right? Obviously, we then got it home and found out that it was the most evil, horrendous attitude spider in the whole entire world. I spoke to my partner who was with us, and I said, "We need a nicer spider, which she can sort of handle and learn to look after without potentially being bit." And so then we got an Aphanapelma calcodes, literally a week after we got the Mashali. And then from there, that was about 3 years ago. And from that, within 3 years, I now have probably 260 spiders in a very small room.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I went through a period of sort of kind of buying anything and everything, as people do, I think, getting a little bit obsessed with it, growing lots of different species, lots of different temperatures. And then I made the decision that I wanted to try and head into the breeding side of spiders. And what I did was I thought the best way to do that, because I have a relatively smallish space, is to pick an area of the world that I would like to breed from rather than a species. So I picked South America because it just meant that I could keep the temperatures similar, the humidity similar, and the cycles similar. So I only keep majoritively now, I only keep Megaphobema, Zenestis, and Panthobidius as pretty much 95% of the species that I keep.
Nice.
And that is how I'm now at the situation I'm at now, where my spare room is just completely tank laden and vial laden with tarantulas of all sizes.
Now, let me ask you both this question.
I'm just going to say to Dan, he's got a lot of those custom aquarium setups, haven't you?
honestly, I would not go with any other
you've
tank maker whatsoever.
I have seen them before, and I remember you point them out quite a lot on any of the posts you do, and they're spot on. And I think they lend themselves to for one, the space, don't they? But also, well, yeah, the look of them, the functionality, they seem superb. Them to me, I'll be honest.
They're absolutely brilliant. I mean, when I decided that I wanted to set the room up the way I wanted it, was kind of like racking and things. I messaged the guy who owns the company. I said, right, I need tanks, which are 29 centimeters. So not even like a universal thing. I said, I sent him the design. I said, I need 29 centimeters by 30 centimeters tall by 50 deep with one vent at the back on the roof. And he said, not an issue whatsoever. And I think it was within about 40 days, he'd made 12 tanks and was ready to have them couriered down to me. It worked out 32 quid a tank or something. I mean, bear in mind, that's completely glass, custom-made tanks to my specification.
Quality,
it's
homemade. You know what I mean? You could almost call them like artisan, couldn't you? If you've been
absolutely, honestly.
No, can you put that in euro? Because I know euro in SEK and the Canadian dollar, but I don't know. Sorry.
So I think
£32 to euros.
What's the conversion?
It looks to be about €37.
Oh, okay. So it's almost right
I just googled it on a thing, you know.
It's like 1 to 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so about 370 kroner or $37 US dollars. Because euro and the dollar are pretty much the same.
Yeah. And they're fully glass made with a big guillotine door on the front and 50 centimeters deep.
The name of the man that you went to.
His company is called Custom Aquaria.
Okay. Does he have a website? Because if he does, I have to go check this out and see if they.
Do you know what? I don't even think he has a website. Or I think he has a website.
It's just a placeholder. I've been on it this week. Yeah.
He does all his work kind of custom made, and attends all of the big shows and things with the tank. But I've even got arboreal tanks as well, which I managed to get this a couple of years ago. I got 10 arboreal tanks, which are like 30 by 15 by 15 for like £8 each second hand. And they've got all my versicolor. Yes, I do breed a Vix because they pay for my panther beaters. Those tiny bright blue slings pay very well for my expensive panther beaters edition.
I mean,
but I don't get confused. I don't keep a Vix. I breed a Vix. There's a difference.
Get high off your own supply.
Yeah, exactly. They're not my friends. They just serve a purpose.
My pretties.
My precious. I was thinking that.
Must have been going for a while because I used to go to a place in Bolton, and I think all their tarantula display was Custom Aquaria.
Yeah, they've been going for years. Because my first frog tank that I ever had when I was a kid was that would have been I was 11, and that would have been 19 years ago. Was from Custom Aquaria, funnily enough.
I've had an aquarium for Custom Aquaria, like a cold water tank I had for them, and it's only recently since I've started seeing the sort of tarantula ones that to be fair, all I do, I just remember the logo, the gold.
Yeah, the gold sticker. Yeah,
that's it.
I was quite upset actually. I didn't get the gold sticker on my custom tanks I ordered. I got a clear sticker and I was quite upset.
Limited edition though, you've got.
Well, I'd have paid extra.
It's not gold.
Sticker,
it's a slice of diamond is put on for you or something like that. Cause you're like,
really cheap see-through plastic he's done.
Epoxy. He didn't even go that far. He just took epoxy, put it out in the form, and there you go. Polish it.
Nice. He took a dry wipe. Put on the side.
Have you?
Oh,
Was it? Did you post the other week, the other day, Dan? Had you got a new true as well? What have you got?
Yeah,
I
so I
hate that
got
term.
so true spiders terrify me, like absolutely terrify me.
Yeah, they move like flipping. You
Yeah,
can't keep
Give-
up with them.
Tarantulas are not
give
terrifying.
me a 12-inch tarantula with
Yeah.
fangs that could penetrate right through my thumb. Not a problem.
Yeah, but, yeah,
Give
I
me
get
something that
you.
can move onto my wall before I've even blinked.
Yeah.
Put the shit right up me. I can't do it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah. It's
But-
H Bowie you've got.
Yeah, I got an adult female, well, a sub-adult female H Bowie. Yeah, I know. I went kind of 0 to 100 man-hour very quickly.
Yeah.
Wow.
But do you know what it was? I saw the picture of it was the light. Obviously, the male. The male has the beautiful colours. I mean, don't know.
Yeah,
The female's
green, like
gorgeous
mottled
as well.
green. Yeah. Yeah.
But I ordered the female and I ordered the male as well, just for kind of colour. But the male arrived, passed away, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, yes.
But to be fair, the spider shop where I got it from, he said he'd sort another male out straight away. So
yeah,
it's not an issue. But even the female is stunning. But she's massive, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Like her leg span must be 20 centimeters.
I've
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, she must be a 20
crazy.
centimeter huntsman easily.
Small body and big long legs. They
when the get big, but I didn't think 20 centimeters. Holy cow!
I think I took a picture when she was like on the front of the glass of a 30-centimeter tank, and she was pretty much filling up 2/3 of that tank easily with leg span.
Oh
yeah,
that's impressive.
It's not something you want running up your wall. Put it that way.
No chance. No chance. You would not catch one of them if it got out. You wouldn't. You would not.
Well, I mean, I've seen it run around the tank after a red runner a couple of days ago, and they just go from one side of the tank to the other before you even blinked. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't. The human eye can't follow it. It's like the Flash, isn't it? Or something. It really is.
Yeah, it's like Flash.
Does anybody know how fast they actually go? Because I want to say they're the actual fastest. Hold on a second before I start spewing crap. I gotta look this up. It's always good to know.
There's a myth that someone tried to time the H Bowie by putting on the floor and making it run across the floor to see how fast it was. The myth is they never saw it again.
Yeah, I went underneath that. I get to say it went underneath something and it was gone.
Who knows? They put it on the floor on the starting line and it was so fast they never saw it again.
I think mine, like I put like a fake background in the enclosure, and the way it lays in rest, it's just cool. It elongates itself. It almost looks like a spear. If that makes sense.
Awesome, isn't it? I've got some in my tank. I've got some like logs covered with lichen, which I've got.
Same, exactly the same. Yeah.
And it just kind of lines up really long. Like there's been times where I've gone in, I've thought it's loose. It's loose.
Yeah.
But then you just see it. It must fold up to it like literally no wider than a centimeter.
And I bet you're the same as me. I bet you've had stuff which can camouflage before, and you can pick it out, can't you? Stuff which does camouflage, other stuff you can pick it out, but with these you can't.
Yeah, these things.
The texture on them, it's almost like you've got the cuttlefish and stuff change the texture. Well, just the fact that that spider has that kind of texture just lets it create.
So a huntsman, it's not proven, but it's rumored to move 3 feet per second.
Yep, I would probably argue that's not far off being true. That.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
That's insane.
You couldn't follow that, could you?
No, it literally moves. Like I've watched it move, and you try and watch the legs moving, and you just can't.
It just doesn't work. Yeah.
No, it just seems to come to rest wherever it decides to stop running. And legs are then still.
No, I'm sorry, but I have to look up meters.
Just what's it's 30 centimeters is a foot, isn't it? I think.
So it'd be 0.9 of a meter.
Yeah, that's it. 0.9. Yeah.
It's a 0.9. Basically, you can round up and say 1 meter. That's 1 meter.
The scary thing about that is that would cover That would cover my spider room wall to wall.
Yeah.
Inside 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I get you.
Yeah, good luck catching that. It
Yeah,
can have my
no
spider
chance.
room. I'm out.
Yeah,
It now lives in here. It now owns it. As long as it
that's it.
feeds my pants, I'm happy.
Exactly. You know. It's got long enough legs to like dip something in, isn't it? Kind of thing. So it'll be alright.
Okay,
The only
that is insane because it's 3 kilometers per hour.
well, the only thing that
1 meter per second is 3 kilometers per hour.
see that's the thing with those the H Bowie one. I've got another one. I've got I've got a few. I've got Baily guttatus, which is I think they call it like the Cameroon crab spider. But the way that moves, it jumps more. So I have had one of them get out on a rehouse and caught it back, like, but they jump, you see. So you not like a jumping spider, you know, not that stuttering movement, but they do. They'll move, jump, move, jump. Whereas the H Bowie just flat to the floor or flat to the surface and just move, just you know, they're just like the banks out of Tron or something like that, aren't they? Basically, you know.
Oh man, that like I said, see, this reason. There's reasons why I don't have spiders like that, and I have my tarantulas. I see Dan has jumped out again. Did he die?
He's on his phone, I think.
I think it's here he is. His phone's he's back.
Oh, lost you for a second.
Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah, we're back.
No, this is incredibly insane and fast. And the thing is, it wouldn't creep me out personally because of the size. If it's a really large spider or tarantula, I have no
I
issues.
get you. Yeah.
But it's small ones that move fast, and I don't know where they went. Those are the ones I don't like.
It's amazing how many people have that fear, isn't it?
Mm.
Big spiders don't bother them, but then little ones freak them out a little bit.
Yeah, that's it.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is, it's not so much of a freak out. It's just more like, am I going to hurt it, or is it going to hurt me in the process because it doesn't want to get hurt itself? So it's just
See, with my partner, she will happily stay in the spider room while I'm feeding the big girls, like the ant and this big black and stuff. But then if we get a small spider in the kitchen, like a little house spider or something, she's on the chair, terrified, like there's a mouse in the kitchen or something. Honestly, it's she's happy to throw cockroaches at humongous tarantulas and see what they do.
Yeah.
But then if you get a tiny spider running across the ceiling, I have to go and remove it out of the house like it's a bomb or something.
Yeah, so it's only a whatever, like a little jumping spider or them little mouse spider things we get. And
them mouse spider things are ridiculous. They've got to bite them though.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
I've been bitten by one of them as a kid. Horrible things.
Oof.
And
we talked about that.
I wasn't messing with it, so I kind of brought it myself. But
it always was my point. But every time you're bitten, it's literally your fault.
Yep, exactly. That is exactly what I say to people. Unfortunately, if you've been bitten, you've done something wong, or you've done something
stupid. Live and learn thing, basically. Yeah.
I mean, touch wood. So far, by a tarantula, I've never been bit by a tarantula yet. Touch wood.
Yeah. I was saying to these guys earlier, I got bit by a G Rosa like when I was like 12. It was my fault, you know. I was like, oh, I've got a spider, I can hold it, kind of thing. I was that person at the time. Yeah, that was it. You know, it happened in slow motion. Just lift the fangs up, dug in.
Well, I was going to say, I wonder, because remember back in the 80s and early 90s, the Grimstone Roselle was like the big thing to sell. There were pet rocks that were safe to keep and handle. I wonder how many kids got bit.
Well, part of your thing there was obviously the export from Chile was allowed, wasn't it? Was able.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is now I was reading. I don't know if I was reading. Was it yesterday? I think that Caledonia are now completely banned from export in the US and banned from trade. Apparently.
Oh, that's been a while. They've been banned from trade.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, sites have because it's not really sites that's doing it. It's the treaty between the South America and North America. Because what was happening was after they put a ban on it, there was a loophole to ship to Mexico.
Right.
And what they were doing was shipping to Mexico and then relabeling them to go to the U.S.
Ah.
So now they really had to hammer down on the law really quick. That's how I hate to I hate to point out, but there were certain breeders in Germany that did the loophole and nearly had their entire collection taken from them.
I think there was a picture like The Usual Suspects, weren't there, on
I was
social
just going
media.
to mention that. You're probably talking about the
Yeah.
Germans who have been caught in Colombia doing naughty things.
Yeah. So it was there was a lineup, weren't there, essentially?
Of which, funnily enough, my half of my collection probably originates from.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
Like I'm completely happy to admit the majority of my rarest species probably came from that person who has been doing naughty things in Colombia.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, you were talking about loopholes and things. We're going to have something very similar, I would imagine, happen in the UK shortly.
Especially since sites have targeted you guys.
Yeah, well, not so much that. It's more to do with the shipping issues with the EU.
Yeah, that's what I mean by sites. Sites targeted the UK. It was like almost a punishment for leaving the EU, and I'm like, wait, what? Hold on a second.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to mention names, but we have a certain tarantula dealer who is positioned very, very, very well on the border between a country which is part of the EU and a country which is part of the UK, and is set to profit, I would imagine, very, very, very well from the situation.
I think they'll do well. Yeah, they'll do well.
There's two companies, one in Poland and one in Hungary, that are very been playing some loopholes as well, and I'm guilty for ordering from one of them. I won't say exactly who.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? You've got two sides of the coin. You've got species which are new and newly introduced to the hobby. Deep down they're probably originated from questionable circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
But what you have to then think to yourself is they're not going anywhere. They're now in the hobby. So you either take the stance of, well, I know it was brought in probably unmorally, I'm taking a stand against this, etc., etc., or you take the kind of viewpoint of, it's in the hobby now, so I either limit myself to not keeping said species, or I keep said species and then try and captively breed said species.
Make it sustainable within the.
So X, Y, and Z don't need to happen ever again.
Yeah. That's I lean towards that really now. I mean, the floodgates have opened. I know it's not ideal. I get it. It's not ideal. But just try and, I know it's cliche, make the best of not ideal.
The species Biru is a perfect example.
Oh, yeah.
We all know that a massive area in Borneo was harvested and they were brought over. And luckily for us, they're now very, very, apparently, according to a source, they're very, very easy to breed.
Okay. Yeah.
And they still maintain quite a high price due to their blueness, but I still don't understand why you would want a pot of mud pay fortunes for. It just doesn't make sense to me, honestly. I don't get it.
Moses, yeah. You could just
like I could just go in the garden, dig up some mud, put it in a tub, slap a bloody label for species Biru on it, and no one would know any different.
I was going to say that you could put like a blue straw sticking out the substrate or something.
I'll just go paint one of my garden gnomes blue, chuck it on a bit of mud. And
ladies and gentlemen, please do not do this. Do not do what they're suggesting. My show is not like that.
Disclaimer.
That's one of those situations where I think
that's the thing.
Now in the hobby, and they're going to be readily produced now, which means, thankfully, nothing untoward in terms of harvesting of the wilderness and stuff needs to happen again.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people out there who sort of are of the opinion, well, I know they came in illegally, so I want nothing to do with this. And I understand, and I completely respect that sort of viewpoint and opinion. But the problem is, having that opinion isn't going to make the problem go away, and that species isn't going to go away.
Well, here's the thing. My question is, why are scientists not allowed to start up breeding programs and get in contact with societies like the British Tarantula Society, the BTS? Say, look, we now have a sustainable breeding. We'd love to start up a breeding program to keep these animals, keep what's left in the wild, and start up, because you're not importing the parents, you're importing.
The only thing I read about that was certain like genetic purity of the you couldn't guarantee the purity. That's all I read. Like the reason I saw that come into play with Poecilotheria species.
That's tit for tat when it comes to that, though. I mean,
Mm.
if you have reasonable and responsible scientists, entomologists, arachnologists,
Mhm.
everybody in the field. Plus, you can bring in you can outsource breeders to help them set up. There wouldn't be a problem at that point. You would have a facility that would actually categorize and help breed. You're not, and again, it
No,
would
I get
avoid
you.
the
Yeah.
export. It would avoid the export of the adults. It would just be the offspring that you're exporting.
I think your problem there is you've got such a, what's the best way to put this without causing offence? You've got such a very small number of breeders per country who have the reputation which would kind of quantify them for that role. Like you would obviously, if you brought adults or egg sacs or things from the wild, legally collected by taxonomists, etc., 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 you would want to give those to the best of the best.
Right.
That then falls into the judgment of what quantifies you to be the best of the best. That then upsets people who don't quite qualify in that taxonomist's opinion to be one of the best breeders. So you're kind of opening up a can of worms where
Then you make a requirement, because you're working hand in hand with scientists who are also working for observation. Then what you would do is you have to have some sort of a qualification, like a degree or a study hours of study or whatnot, and then you would put your application into work in with that. Um, I mean, it would just don't merely make sense at that point, because
see
you need to work with somebody with qualification.
on paper that all sounds phenomenal, but I think the one thing we don't, or
In
we
practice,
know,
exactly.
governments don't care that much about wildlife on a very, very grand scheme of things. They care about protecting, but they don't care about releasing species for hobbyists to keep as pets.
Well, that's the thing. I think they've come to realize that the exotic pet business is a multi-billion-dollar business because of what they're doing in South America at the moment, right now in Brazil, because they're setting something similar to what we were just talking about, but they're using their own scientists.
Well, I mean, if you look at this incident in Colombia where the guys were arrested for trafficking of illegal animals, etc., etc., I think the Colombian government just kind of realized what sort of price these people are receiving in Europe for these animals taken from Colombia. And I don't know if they were even aware before this.
Yeah,
Oh, of course not. Of course,
potentially wasn't. It wasn't like altruistic, was it?
No.
It wasn't. No.
No.
In the article, they made the claim that, what was it they claimed? They claimed that the wild animal piracy trade is worth as much now as the drugs trade out of Colombia.
Yeah.
It is.
And they're just starting to realize this.
Mm.
I mean, not to say names or anything, however, but if the Colombian government were to look into a certain person that they arrested on their borders and investigate how much monetary value had been earned through said Colombian species, they would quickly come to realize the magnitude of the issue, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
There's actual. No, I came across a person who is trying to set up what we're discussing in India because of the huge decline of species in India, especially with the
I read that. I think part of that was on arachnoboards, and I do recall some of that. Yeah.
But the problem is them buying land from the government to set up their centers.
Mm.
The government doesn't have the land to actually give because of the exploding population, and thus we have a huge problem there. But they are really, really trying. The main reason why I think it's I forgot which pokey. It may have been the Metallica, but they've so far this year. And now, mind you, we're coming into our second month, but they've only found
Amy
50,
Salinas, I think it was, from one of the
or was it
communities.
18?
Yeah.
It was ridiculously low. And so they really want to tighten the restrictions on them. Dan, I think you've got a question, or somebody's talking to you. Tony says, Dan, the power of social media, where things can be obtained cheaper. Now supplies catches see what they go for in the UK, EU, and the US, etc. So the prices go up. Yeah, and I think that's what really caught the government's attention was the social media. The social media pretty much focused on because you have channels. Let's take YouTube channels for example. They're exploding in popularity and with quite large margins as well. Now this could also be because they're maybe exploiting the YouTube community. They're exploiting the algorithm. They could be doing that. Or it's just simply that they're becoming more and more popular to keep, especially since now people are trying to keep the social distancing and everything else. So I think the social media has had a huge part to play in the sudden boom of exotic pet keeping in general. It's not just tarantulas; it's
Yes. I mean,
birds, tarantulas.
I mean, again, this is another thing is where you can make you can essentially have full. You could have several sort of podcasts about this again, couldn't you? I mean, you've
Yeah.
got I think you actually mentioned something. Was it yourself who mentioned one of the people with was it the eyes where they keep showing them off, and obviously it's a fear response. You know, that was look, I've got an exotic pet, and really they're just scaring it. You know, it's
Yeah,
not cute
that
action.
was me.
Yeah, it's not like performing it. You know, it's not performing some natural act. Well, it is, but it's not some cute action. It's frightened because you're jabbing a finger at. You know, it's a
Exactly.
nocturnal. I think the marsupials. I think it's a primate at least, and
Oh, yeah, they're a primate. They're I believe they're one of the
yeah,
two, or they might be the only one, but I don't quote me on that one. Only primate that's venomous.
yeah. It's,
What's that?
It
The
could
eye?
I think it's an eye. I think it
No,
is.
it's
The
Walrus.
other
Slow walrus.
venomous animal is
Slow walrus.
I actually know this. The other venomous mammal is a duckbill platypus.
Yes. It's got a spike,
I
hasn't
said
it?
primate.
Yeah.
I didn't say mammal. I said primate.
Wow.
I gotta be correct.
I think that's why.
Yeah.
I think if any like YouTube video I do, which I have done a few, they'd technically be very boring. It's like this is a spider, this is what it does in its habitat. You know, this is what it does, and it'd just be very boring. I wouldn't be messing with it, or it'd just
I
be
mean,
the
in essence, though, what we do on a day-to-day basis is very boring, isn't it? Keeping tarantulas. Like you go in, you grab some cockroaches, you throw them in, you fill the water dish, you maybe check the temperatures, you move some around for the heat gradients, and then you walk back out.
Yeah.
The thing is, you're also you're not in my house. My house is interesting because everybody's on a schedule. So slings 3 days, juveniles to sub-adults every 5 days, and then the adults, depending on the size of the adult, every from 9 to 14 days, depending, like I said, depending on the size. I go in, I clean, I have maintenance days as well. I also, which happens once a month, and that's generally around the feeding time, just because I'm already in the enclosure and messing around. I don't want to stress them out any further. But then I'll take a straw sometimes, make them chase a straw or the water. I've got one that just loves to chase anything that moves. So I've got a curly hair that just, if it's in her enclosure moving, she's gonna chase it. So, and you for a few seconds, you get a little bit of enjoyment with that tarantula, and a few seconds enjoying that tarantula's reaction. It gives them a little bit of stimulation, and so it's for me, it's a little more than just feeding and watering and caring for, and then taking up close pictures.
See,
It's
that's
also teasing them a little
that's the
bit.
one thing that I think I miss with having such a big collection. Not
Yeah.
that there's not so much time to enjoy them, but there's less time to enjoy them because there's so much to do.
Yes. Yep.
I think that's one of the one things that I miss, having taken on like breeding projects and things like that, where I've now got 80 odd adults. It's now just kind of getting to that point where I've got to do X amount of stuff every day, and there is limited enjoyment from it.
I have to agree with
Yeah,
that. And that's something most people don't cover is when you get a large collection, are you going to have time? Because it eventually adds up. I have 61 tarantulas right now.
there are quite a lot of people who do burn out, aren't there? A lot of keepers do burn out, and even they essentially you'll see it quite a lot announced on communities where someone will say, "Look, I'm selling up," and then a month later, "Oh, has anyone got anything?" Kind of thing. 'Cause they've gone past that threshold where it
Yep.
wasn't fun, and then they realise they're still missing the enjoyment factor, so they want to. They haven't found a balance, or they've gone past the balance, or something. It's.
I mean, that was funny enough why I decided to choose an area to sort of breed from, because I ended up with bloody spiders from all sorts of genuses, all sorts of things, and trying to keep different temperatures, different humidities, different shelves per area of the world just became an absolute nightmare. And I suppose if you have that across 20 species, it's not an issue.
I would cry at that point because I have a couple of I call them air tarantulas that like to dry, and they're a particular part of the room, and they get swapped out for heat, because of the different temperatures. And then I have on the other side, opposite of the heater, because the heater will dry everything out. Then I keep my tropical, and then it goes into, are they arboreal, are they terrestrial, are they fossorial? So where on the shelf am I going to put them? And this is something that most people kind of laugh at me and make poke fun of me, but I think that's important. If you have a arboreal tarantula, keep them high. They would feel safer that way because they're naturally made to be in the heights. Fossorial, not a problem. Keep them a little bit lower because you're also keeping them cooler. In my room, at least, because the heater's high.
Yeah, I've got stuff exactly like that. My heat gradient goes from about 21 on the bottom shelf to 26 on the top shelves.
Yeah, mine's going to be similar. I could do it and measure it actually, but yeah, I think mine's going to be very similar. That plus, it's like the area I live. I sort of live northwest Lancashire. It's coastal, so I'm isolated. I've got the Pennines on one side, and essentially just the Irish Sea on the other. So I have to make sure things are looked after properly, because you can have a cold winter. But
that's the thing.
it can be a bit of a heat trap in summer as well, though.
Oh, for me, it's where's the draft coming in. So the tarantulas that like it cooler or closer to the draft, more away from the heater, and then the heat gradient. The heat range is from about 23 to 28 on the top shelves, but those are usually reserved for tarantulas who are having issues and are in ICU and other things like that. So that's where I usually keep them. But everybody else is pretty much at 25, 26 degrees for the more tropical, warmer climates. And then again, I have to take an account of their moisture. So, but for a good bulk, I have three different areas. I have like more of the aerated, and then I have tropical, and then I have temperate. So those are the three main. I don't like to try and get like into the far more extremes because my room can't handle it. Oh, Tony even said to build people build a huge collection very quickly, and then they get tired of the feeding and cleaning, and then they have a job. At that point, it's fitting the time in, and then it's about balance. And that's
you
the
do
thing.
see this as well, that the amount of people who end up selling their collections,
Mm.
they're always full of really slow growing slings.
Yeah, probably
think
They're
that's-
always full of like 1 to 2 centimeter brachys or grammastolas.
And they don't do the research.
Exactly. And there's the. I mean, I was definitely guilty of that, of getting 1 or 2, and then within weeks I had 20 to 30 within weeks.
Yeah.
And I think you get to the point where you buy 1 or 2, one of those 2 goes into pre-molt, and then you've got nothing to do with it. So you then buy another 2 or 3. They go into pre-molt, or they don't feed for whatever reason. So you then buy 2 or 3 more.
Yep.
And then quickly you've got 30 random tarantulas within a couple of weeks of starting.
Absolutely.
And it quickly becomes a chore rather than a pleasure. And then you think,
and
what have I done?
Eventually you get species outgrow the space as well. If you're doing stuff like getting the mystery boxes with slings and stuff like that, and eventually
don't even get me started on those.
Yeah, that's another one.
See, mystery boxes have I believe mystery boxes are great. They have a place and time. But if you're even a more advanced keeper, you have to be careful what you're buying. If they're just blanketing a mystery box, don't do it. You're going to end up regretting it in one way, shape, or form. But if you've kept tarantulas for a while, you've got the room to keep more tarantulas. There's that the big if. You've got the room for the future.
He's trying to trigger me. Honestly, don't entertain him. He's trying to trigger me.
Is he doing it?
I don't know what he's doing.
Tony's even laughing. The mystery box.
Honestly, the whole mystery box perspective thing just grinds on me. But again, it's the same kind of person who has gone from 2 to 30 in a few weeks. Their mentality is to get as many spiders as they can for their money.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, here's the thing. It's also fans, because most of my collection was bought by fans from Podbean. When I had my podcast on Podbean. I had I wouldn't say it was like a large following, but I had a decent following, and so people would start contacting companies around my area, and then I would show up with tarantulas. And then most of the time, they thought it was great if I would buy me a mystery box. It got so bad that I told them, look, you can't just randomly send me. Yeah, you cannot just randomly send me tarantulas. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I will accept what's already in the mail. But from this point on, if you do feel like getting a tarantula for me, ask me what I want first. And if the tarantula is out of your price range, don't do it.
Yeah.
Well, just think
if you can provision for it, yeah.
If they got you a mystery box with like an LP sling in it or something like that, then at least you've got an extra bit of feeder food.
I got it. Well, here's the.
This is I've seen what you do to forums when you put comment. Oh,
do you know what? The best one of the most, I wouldn't say even controversial, but the one that I had the most fun with was I'd bred the Mashali 3 or 4 times with the male, and the male was he was on his last legs. He was kind of literally 2 or 3 days from death. He was kind of curled up and he was wobbling around. And I thought, right, one of my big, huge females needs a feed. So what I'll do is I'll toss him into her and I'll just recycle life. Anyway, I decided to video it, obviously, and popped it on the forum of me throwing my Marshally mature male to an adult female handful. I have never ever received so many messages of pure hatred and abuse in my whole entire life.
I'm
many of them started.
I know it's not funny on your end, but I'm laughing because you sound so surprised that you got so much after doing something like that.
Don't get me wrong. It had the desired effect of causing a discussion and a debate, which is what I wanted. However, the messages of pure hatred were
I witnessed
unexpected.
I saw that. Yeah.
That caused carnage.
Again, I think you probably had a few which said, I think you were called kid a few times. I think it was, I think you'd had, I've been keeping for 30 years, kid, kind of thing. You had a few replies like
loads
that.
Of those. How dare you throw your pet into another one. Do you not love your pets enough? And it's like, oh dear.
I think the worst scenario. We could actually move on to this topic of the posts and the forums and the worst receiving or embarrassing receiving messages that you've got. I posted on how do I take care of a Streptopelma ciliatum because he came in a mystery box. I go, hey, I got a mystery box, and they go, how dare you get a mystery box? That got put in a mystery box, and it's like. I didn't even want to say a fan got it for me because then I'm just roasting my fan. I'm just passing the buck along. And I loved everything else that came in it, and I did love my SCal. I mean, it was extremely fast. Holy crap! I caught it like twice, and I was so scared it was going to escape a third time. I was like, I'm done. This hurts.
Is SCal, which is the only species which has a classified kill next to its name, or is that a H mark?
I think it's SCal because it's got a bit of it has got that reputation about it.
I know one of them.
There's no tarantula that has a confirmed death.
It's like in the mythology.
One of them caused a heart failure.
No, they did not. They didn't cause it. The person had a pre-existing and had already gone through 2 heart issues. Because I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
It was an SCal, and an SCal actually flared up the symptoms thereof. So no, it wasn't the venom did not cause the death. They already had an issue.
Right. So it wasn't a direct. It was kind of an exacerbation of.
It's like if you die from a bee sting that's saying all bees are deadly.
Oh yeah.
Well, technically they are because people have an allergic reaction, but generally no, they're not.
Right.
So there's no confirmed death. That's why I always say there's no confirmed death. Now, if you have a venom bite that aspirates, then again we go back to why did you get bit? What did you do to get bit?
True.
And the rumor is the guy was handling it, knowing with a pre-existing condition.
Yeah, so that's just natural selection.
Darwin Award. It's like them, and you're not like the one where the flipping people are handling like Scolopendra, Galapagos? Them ones which are basically as big as your forearm.
About 2 foot long, aren't they?
Yeah.
I actually
What's going on?
I know a guy. You might know him actually. He's called Chris Cox, I think.
Yeah.
Tony will know of him, and he handles Dahani and he handles Galapagos regularly. And he honestly, but he's been bit lots and lots and lots. But he honestly believes, whether he's slightly deranged or not, I'm not sure. But he genuinely believes the more contact time he has with these centipedes, the better a relationship he builds with them, and he can eventually get to the point where he doesn't get bit anymore, and he can do whatever he wants while handling these centipedes. This is exactly my response. I can't watch the videos that he puts anymore when he's got a Dahani in his hands with no gloves or no tongs, no nothing. It genuinely makes human anatomy shrink back inside human anatomy. But yeah, there is a person out there who does this.
I couldn't. I don't. But again,
I've been bit, and trust me, I have a forever scar on my hand from one of them. Not that directly. Tony and I were talking about this on Wednesday. I have I was rehousing. I was in a hurry, and I was young and stupid, and I was working for a zoo at the time. And the zoos get all kinds of inverts given to them. And it's really nice when you've got this beautiful 18 centimeter, bright red, beautiful centipede. And of course, when you're in a hurry, I didn't take care to grab the head. I just grabbed the body and thought I'd pick him up from one end and put him out the other. Nope, that thing whipped around. And I kid you not, it was the worst experience I've experienced ever. And I've been bit by a Puma Metallica by this time. I kid you not, if somebody handed me a gun, I would have ended myself right there because
they like fire in the veins, don't they?
It's worse than fire. I can handle a burn. This is on a whole different level. It's like somebody shoving hot coals through your veins.
So I mean, the funny thing is, we have the man in the chat in regards to centipedes.
Yeah, I know, Tony.
Yeah, I like he is the man, like the man. You talk about He-Man, he is the man.
I like that.
And you can guarantee right now, a man who knows his centipedes will be literally cringing to death at the thought of someone putting centipedes in hands and holding them and believing that they can be tamed.
There's also a TikToker, and maybe it's the same guy. I wasn't paying too much attention because it's dangerous, and he doesn't put any types of warnings up either when he does these videos. And it's him reaching in and handling these animals, and I'm just thinking to myself, oh, please, nobody follow this guy's example. Please, 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 you're going to end up hurting yourself really bad.
Well, this is why in the group that I'm admin for, it's like I think it's the biggest UK group, we have a rule where we don't allow handling. Not because we hate people handling spiders, simply for the fact that someone who is new to the hobby may receive a mystery box or inherit a spider which they're not quite ready for. Watch one of these videos of someone handling pick a calm species like a calcord or whatever, and then
I can do that.
Yeah, I can do this. I'll get mine out. Whack, bite, has an allergic reaction. The hobby then ends up all over the news, and tarantula keeping is then demonized on every single social media platform for years to come.
It's already demonized because look at these idiots who are feeding live mice, to the larger species like the Lacidora parahybana and the T. blondie. Now, I don't mind. I don't mind feeding the pre-frozen, and then you thaw them, and then you make them wiggle. I don't mind that. It's messy, it's dramatic, but then I don't have to worry about my tarantula getting hurt in the process. And
the only reason anyone would ever do that is for effect.
Yeah, it's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it doesn't give any kind of enrichment value to a tarantula throwing a live animal in there, which could potentially kill
your tarantula,
your pet. Yeah.
Yep. And then you've got a wounded animal on top of that, so it's going to suffer until you put it down. Because a tarantula is not going to go down without a fight.
Well, it's the hares as well. I mean,
But there's one guy who I really, really hated. And I'm not going to post names or anything, but he does so-called experiments with animals. And he's like, what happens if you put a centipede in with Pochiotheria? Was it Murinus?
Oh my days!
No, it's not. It wasn't a Murinus. It was a It was one of the more extinct species, actually. And the centipede was, I would say, between 16 and 18 centimeters.
Yeah, that's just going to be a fight to the death. There's going to be no clear winner there, I don't think.
It was a clean win for the Pokey because the Pokey was arboreal and he actually got up. But this guy is actually pushing the centipede, who just wanted to get away from the tarantula in the first place, towards the tarantula. Right. That's the only reason why the tarantula won. I think in my book is, for one, the tarantula had a reach where the centipede did not, because it was on flat sand. So it was completely unfair, and it was just really bad all the way around. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to report you. I'm sorry that there's no scientific evidence for that. They totally avoid each other in the wild, for one, and two, you're using a near extinct species for this. No, there's just no point. There's no point in it. So let me go into the comments for a brief second. Tony has dealt with thousands of centipede individuals, and they haven't been bit, but that's because I use tongs twice as long as the centipede. Yeah, see there. Yep. You're not in a hurry? Are you kidding me? You're Tony. You're handling them responsibly. Tell me responsibility if you're getting bit. And then we have him also saying, Scott, self-immunization is best done via using a syringe. Yes, I believe that's 100%. Scott Inverts also says, that's how a snake guy did it. Now he gets bit, no worries. Actually, there's a YouTuber on YouTube that believes that he's gotten himself immune. And the doctors just say it's just a matter of time where he just ODs on the toxicity.
Oh, wow.
Because if he gets fed really much more, he's just he's gonna end up dying because of the toxic buildup. Most people don't realize that the body doesn't just flush the toxin; it keeps it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually gets stored
exactly.
in the body fat cells.
For some venom, other venom actually stores, isn't it the spine?
I don't know. I think the lesser stuff gets stored within the fat cells of the body. I think it's like the subcutaneous. The strongest, I'm not sure of.
I'm not sure.
So fat people are more likely to die from snake bites. You heard it here first, folks.
Another reason why I need
That's
to lose
not a fact. Don't quote that.
You already said it. It's too late now. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play another song. I need a refill. My cup is broken, as I was stating before. There's a hole in the top, and if you're not too familiar about what we do here, it's Have a Drink with Me Friday, where we usually kick back, relax to some music, some drinks, and a nice talk like we're having now. So I'm going to jump on with another song and go refill my drink. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to play Second Side, and thank you all for coming. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. This is the Exotics Radio Podcast. I am Craig, your host. We have with me Baily from Baily's Bug Blog. Your name is a mouthful. And we also have Dan. I apologize. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce your last name because I'm horrible.
Don't worry. Will do.
So Bill Hasta. Now, Tony gave me a name I have to actually look up. Mainly because let's see. Oh, yeah, lived the ripe old age of 100 too. Holy crap. Yeah, but you have to understand, most people think that they can do what he did and they don't have the constitution for it. And so that's something that most people don't take into account is their lifestyle. But self-immunization, I believe, is ideal as through a syringe if you're going to self-immunize. And again, that's all solely up to you, and if you want to take the risk. Then
So
you've
is that
got people.
literally a case of taking a very small dose of the venom and injecting yourself with said venom?
If you don't have an allergic reaction.
Wow.
I just got to throw that in there.
Yeah, just as a disclaimer. Any pre-existing conditions, don't try this at home, folks.
And the thing is, most people don't realize they have it. I'm really sensitive to some venom, not all venom, but some venom. And especially with bees can be very deadly for me. Tarantula bites generally aren't, but I've had an adverse effect, especially with the P. metallica. I broke out in hives. Generally, you don't break out in hives with a P. metallica bite. And actually, parts of my body went numb, and that was because of the reaction that I was having to it. But
we share the bee thing.
Oh, see. So again, you wouldn't be able to self-immunize. Your body would just have a reaction to. It's going to find one venom. It's going to find it. And it just takes one.
This is always my argument, though. If you keep animals which you know have venom in varying degrees of toxicity, why would you ever put yourself in a position where you could potentially be bit? Like, I never understand. Like, I mean, it might be a very straightforward answer. I don't understand how people manage to get bitten so often.
Could you imagine someone getting tagged like by a macrothelate or something like that? It'd just be flipping crazy, wouldn't it?
I've got one of those. He loves tummy tickles.
Hey, Gigas. You have, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. I've got big adult female Gigas. And she rolls over and she stridulates her fangs when she's enjoying it, and she loves the tummy tickle.
Oh my!
Yeah, she's terrifying.
I was gonna say that the most terrifying tarantula I own, oddly, is my new world. Any one of my new worlds, pick one. Those are the guys that actually go after me. The old worlds just want to run away from me, except for Slapper. Slapper earned her name for an obvious reason. She dry bit me when she was a sling, but again, it was totally my fault. I didn't, I was kind of in a hurry, and I didn't double check to make sure she basically ran into her hide. Instead, I just opened up her enclosure, and she was like snagged. I went, oh,
I mean,
well,
obviously, I'm never gonna find out, but everyone keeps disputing. 1 minute, like Sicarius, Thomsoides are horrible necrotic ones. And 1 minute they're not. I remember there was a big argument again, a classic, Facebook argument where I think a guy had presented some science papers, and people were still, these papers said that the venom didn't contain the necessary peptides or whatever components make up the necrotic venom, but they were getting argued against.
which spider are we talking about?
This is the Chilean six-eyed sand spider.
Yeah, I think
not
it's
the African one.
Isn't it?
The African one, I was going to say, is nasty.
Yeah, the Thomsoides was the one that was wrongly accused of being necrotic, but actually the venom is apostrophes as bad as a bee sting.
Right. For people like yourselves,
here's the problem: people don't. How do I put this nicely and not insult anybody? It's their pride. They don't want to listen to hard physical science. They want to. Well, my friend said this. Well, how good is your friend at actually distinguishing the two different species?
Mm-hmm.
The same genus but two different species. How good is your friend at that? And then
you just have to take an example the other day, which was I think it was a girl had posted a picture of a small juvenile Chromatopelma cyniopubescens.
Yeah.
And there must have been 30 comments underneath saying, that's not a GBB. That's a Davus pentaloris.
Right, yeah. I
And
get
I'm
you,
just
because the things
because
were
they're obviously
prominent, the
they're very
chevrons.
similar when the
Yeah.
GBB's juvenile.
Yeah.
And I'm just sat there, kind of like a head slapping hand moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's like, it's very obviously a GBB. She's also said it's a GBB.
It's a GBB.
However,
Because they've seen the chevrons on it, like,
the
yeah.
30 comments underneath would suggest that a 30 to 1 vote tells you it's probably not a GBB, even though it is.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how do you mix up the two? I have both.
And that's two completely separate genuses. Never mind.
Exactly. Well, this goes back to
Species.
the whole pet store selling an H Longipes for or Longipies. I think it's Longipes for Grandma Stole Pulchra.
Is it Holothele? Is that... We were trying to figure out what it was, weren't we? Yeah.
It's a Thailand Black.
Yes. Well, the other one is the what is the other one? Is it the Kiraguai? Which I was reading about this a couple of weeks ago. They reckon that the reason there's so little Grammostola pulchra captively bred in kind of in Europe is because there's two separate subspecies of pulchra. One is a pulchra and one is the Kiraguai.
Yeah.
And they're completely the same, apart from obviously taxonomical difference of, I think there's a slight difference in spermatheca shape, and uterus externus is slightly different. But if you don't know from the outlook, they look exactly the same spider. And people are obviously trying to crossbreed these species with little to no hope, thinking they have
2 Grandma Stolas when it's not. And that would explain why some people have absolute outstanding results.
Yep.
That's a good thing, Dan, because even with a smaller creature with that harder to distinguish, we've got this happening in England at the moment. You've got on paper we're always classed as having 3 species of snake: adder, grass snake, and a smooth snake. Now, I think now it's turned out we've got 2 distinct species of smooth snake, and it's only been, that's a relatively large animal to, so that's a reptile, which relatively large animal to not be able to distinguish. Whereas in the case of a spider, you can sort of get it, can't you? Mistakes like that are going to be made all the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about bloody, what's the best way to put this? Visual comparative problems, you just have to look at the Ecuador Panthobidius genus, which is an absolute mess.
Yeah, from what I've read, and seen stuff you've put up as well. Yeah.
Every other week, you will see someone post up a picture of a southern Ecuadorian Panthobidius and just be like, "Oh, what's this?"
Mascara.
Honestly, I've got a copy and paste on the notes section of my phone now, which I just go into, search Panthobidius problem, copy and paste it to every single thing now, because it could literally be one of potentially 11 species. They look exactly the same.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing. And then you have the new people, the newcomers, who don't have a trained eye, and then you've got people who are taking advantage of them, rather on purpose, or
that's the biggest one.
Yeah.
I mean, funnily enough, I was speaking to a guy who was trying to breed a Macala female, so Panthobidius Macala female. He was 100% guaranteed that it was a Macala female from a decent source. He found what he thought was an apparent Macala mature male, and every single time he put them together, the female would just go after the male every single time, and just kind of almost like where they connect and roll around the tank that badly. And he managed to save the male every single time. And bearing in mind, he'd even conditioned the female with the cool winter, the damp winter, into spring with the raise of temperature and everything. So it should have worked perfectly. And I said to him, unfortunately, the only conclusion I can come to is that the Macala male he was sold wasn't a Macala male.
Yeah.
and it was some other form of southern Ecuadorian species, which
Or
all
cross
look
species.
exactly the same.
Or somebody cross species. That's I don't know about the UK, but in Sweden it's become a bit of a problem. Is people just don't know what they have, and then they want to be breeders, and then we've gotten these animals that are.
We've had a spate of malicious sellers selling like essentially calling like LP slings like rare old worlds and stuff like that, and they really have. They've been targeting new keepers through Facebook, offering them these wonderful lists, these collections, and then when it turns out they've got like, it's essentially an LP.
Well, one I remember exactly who you're speaking about, and one was the bloke was told he had a
DJ.
Hattie. He put a picture of it, and it had a mirror patch on its abdomen.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's a Grammostola or
this
some form of gram.
That's actually the example I was thinking. It is that picture. Yeah.
But he was sold it from a list and sent as a Hattie. Yeah. And the problem is he then keeps the spider thinking this is an Asian slash fossorial arboreal species.
Yep.
Sets it up in a tall tank, and actually what he's got is a dry, arid Grammostola.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But he knows nothing better because he's a new keeper.
Yeah.
Who he believes has been sold the right information, the right species. Alas, he has not.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's also, look, there's a knock-on effect. I know, as well as the sort of malicious intent, that's his first experience then with the community. He's been shafted.
Yeah.
So there you go. This is, if that's, he's that's his baseline.
Exactly. That's what he's now going to compare every single transaction he has, or any kind of meeting he has with a hobbyist to that particular moment. Unfortunately,
and we're not out to shaft, are we? We're out to educate.
And I tell you what, I'll give you my biggest pet hate at the moment, right? And I've spoke about this before, not publicly because it would receive probably slightly too much backlash. But my massive...
You're not used to that.
not like I'm used to the center of attention.
Don't bring backlash to my channel. My channel is slowly growing. I have 35 valuable followers right now.
No, what my biggest problem or my biggest pet hate is people breeding hobby specimens.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
A perfect example of this is obviously I breed Antonis. The Antonis has potentially, I think it's like 5 or 6 different locality variants.
Mm-hmm.
So things like Antonis Captive Farm, CF, Lightning Blue, Big Black, Steely Blue, Pucallpa, Iquitos, all of which are collected in different areas of Peru. So theory should be you should be breeding Big Black with Big Black. You should breed Lightning Blue with Lightning Blue to keep the species pure. Yes, they may well be the complete same species, just a different color variation from different humidity levels in different parts of the rainforest. Mm-hmm. But as responsible breeders, we should be trying to preserve the purity of a species.
Oh, yeah.
What I'm seeing a lot of at the moment is just people creating these kind of, they're not hybrids because it's
semi-hybrid.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
But these hobby forms.
It's a different color form, but it's technically not a hybrid.
Yeah, so they're just selling them as Panthabedius Antonis without the local info, without the color form, and it's just completely ruining the stock.
Yeah, I've seen. I think I've seen you touch upon that before, definitely, and it is like for me that's a minefield. I mean, I don't have the experience with those species for a start, and then there's the added layer of that on top of it, that complexity.
The other thing that ticks me off is when you have new keepers. See, now I got taken. I was actually I was scammed. I really didn't. That's because I was new to the species, not new to the hobby. And I hadn't noticed he was hooked out. So I bought a, let's see, Idiothele.
Mira, yeah.
Yeah, Mira.
Blue foot baboon.
I loved him. I named him Digger. Because he would always come out like a little zombie to grab his food. It was just great. I loved him so much. He was just a joy to have.
Did he build a trapdoor?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, they're so cool. I've got one now. But again, tub of mud. No one lives there.
Yeah, I'm lucky with mine. Mine's built its burrow on the side, so you can see it. You see, yeah.
So you're lucky. I'm actually looking at my tub now, and literally all I've got is 5 inches of mud.
Yeah.
3 inches of empty tub.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's usually it. And some air holes for ventilation.
He had a beautiful
just a cactus, like. Yeah.
Welcome to the keeping of Idiothele Mira.
He had a little cork bark for a top, like the ledge from the Lion King, and so he buried himself underneath the ledge of that. So I was like, "Oh, how cute!" And then I started to notice slowly that this cork bark started sinking slowly towards the front. I was like, I think somebody was having a little bit of a fun time digging, because then after that he went straight down. So the only time I ever got to see him and check on him was when I looked up the tub, and then I could shine a light underneath and see how he was doing.
See from the bottom.
Exactly. It didn't bother him that much. He was happy. But what I was saying was I bought him as a juvenile. They told me it was a juvenile. He was already hooked out, and I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He was full.
He was offloaded.
They're small, aren't they?
They sold it to me as a juvenile, so they had more money because they were charging more, because you would charge more for a dwarf species, especially when it's a male. And so I only got a year out of him, which broke my heart. Actually, I got a year and a half out of him because I noticed after about 6 months he stopped eating for some strange reason, and I was like, did I do something wrong with him? And I noticed he was out more, and then I was like, okay, something's really wrong. So I ended up rehousing him, thinking, okay, something at the bottom has chased him out, and maybe it was mold, too much moisture. I don't know what's going on. So I was like a full-on change out, and he wouldn't bury himself after that change. He was always out. And then I bought a female what's it, Bernese Bearness. I called her Glitter Butt because it looked like she got a butt painted with glitter. But anyways, I bought a female and I put her on the next slot. Now, one thing I don't like doing is I don't like putting females next to males because it stresses the males out way more than usual.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that as well. No matter what species it is.
Exactly. They just feel female and they just want to go check it out.
Yeah.
And
I've got a theory that females, even immature, their webbing gives off pheromones to males.
Yep. And it stresses them out.
Yeah. And they can sense this and they go mental. Because I know when I'm breeding mine, the thing we look for is a pheromone web, which is where they web in a circle around their hides usually, which attracts the males. And as soon as, if it's a pheromone web, because as soon as you put a male in, the male sort of touches the web and then starts tapping and sort of slapping straight away. Without that, it's a much slower process. It's funny how they're... But anyway, back to the topic. I've noticed that with juvenile webs as well.
Yep. So I was kind of like flabbergasted because I'm like, I've had experience with tarantulas. Why is he, not he, but why are they acting like this? And of course, when the one time that they did bolt, they tore it up, so I didn't know exactly what gender they were. And so I asked him. I was like, okay, I bought this male. or not this male, but I bought this tarantula, and I showed him old pictures because this was a guy who actually bred Myrna, the Idiothelia, on a regular basis, pretty much. And he goes, "Well, you bought a male that was already pretty much hooked out." I was like, "Well, it must have been a subadult because I had the one molt." He's like, "Yeah, well, now he's completely gone because I was like, "Oh." So I put him over and explained my situation, and the guy goes, "What?" He goes, "I know those guys." Funny how the community knows everybody. Good, bad, ugly, or pretty. Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah, you tend to think that because a group has 9,000 people in it, or whatever ours has, that everyone will be completely unwary of others. But if you ruin your name,
everybody knows you.
people know very quickly.
Mm.
Or if you're known as an argumentative person who calls a spade and has no issues upsetting people, you're also known for that very quickly too.
Experience much?
Yeah, that's we'll call that one self-led exploration. That one.
Okay. So, anyways, I was really upset because I was like, I'm just getting back into the hobby. What? When did this start? When did this crap? When was it okay to? He goes, "No, calm down. It's not, And they sent me a tarantula.
Oh, nice.
just to put my faith back into humanity. I was like, "Oh, you just didn't have to do that." Of course, it wasn't another Myrna because he didn't have any. He sold out, unfortunately. But I got a beautiful, I got a beautiful tarantula named Happy Feet. My Redonkus.
We regularly see this on the boards though about people who have bought unsexed tarantulas, which 80% of the time turn out male.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, people are now starting to, I think, not cotton on, but almost take for granted anything they buy is unsexed is probably going to turn out male.
Yep.
I mean, I have absolutely no problems admitting that I actually look for people who are selling unsexed juveniles if I'm looking for males.
Yeah, I get you. Like law of averages.
Yeah, I mean, think of the rare species like your Xenithis and things like that, and your Xenestis. If someone is selling an unsexed juvenile, I instantly assume that's male.
Mm-hmm.
And if I need it for future breeding projects, then I'll take it. And as soon as I house it into its sort of home, I put suspect male on the box to be confirmed at a later date.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it's a nice surprise when it turns out to be a female than a male.
Never had that yet.
With a male, you
never know.
Well, it's like my my heart attack, my Cambergee. For the longest time, I've kept her for 3 going on 4 years now. And for the longest time, I just assumed she was a male. She has very little coloring to her, and she was destroying her molts left and right. And then she went for about a 6-month stint of no eating. So I was just like, okay, it's a boy, 100%. And then he went right back to eating. And I was like, well, that's weird, but all right. I guess it's a tarantula thing. And then finally, after almost going on 4 years now, they finally kick out a molt. And I'm like, oh, you're a girl. I was like, happy days.
That's a perfect example of why you cannot, why we should not use color as a marker for sex. Like you see so many people try and do it with like Metallica abdomen patterns to sex females from males.
Oh, seen this as well, yeah.
The theory is the Metallica, the white lining on the abdomen loses the inner line if it's a female and keeps the inner line if it's a male.
No, I've seen. Here's the thing with that. From my experience, I don't know about your experience, because when I was working at the zoo, we had a colony. Some of the females don't lose the line, or will lose the line, but not all. But all males will keep the line.
Exactly.
So what we would either automatically assume it's a male, or what we would do is if they were near a molt, we would judge the molt, because all tarantulas coming in and out of like a zoo will be put in quarantine. They are not mixed with the rest of the displays. So because you don't know what diseases, what mites that they might be carrying, what bacteria that they might be carrying, especially if they're rumored to be wild caught. Because usually, if they end up as a zoo, it's not usually a gift when it's something like a Metallica. That's a seizure.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
so you don't know where that animal has come from. You don't know the history of that animal. You will take care of it as if it was the most diseased thing in the world. So you will. It's like we call it the velvet glove treatment, basically. Their enclosures when they're put in quarantine are cleaned out. It's basically paper towels that are cleaned out daily. And then they're put in a small plastic catch cup kind of thing or container. And then you use a vinegar water mix, mostly water, to clean out the enclosure. And then you swab it to make sure there's no mites. You're just looking for living organisms. Bacteria, the vinegar will take care of that. And then what you do is you put down more paper towels and then you put water on them so that they're not touching the glass, the external enclosure. They're just touching the paper towels. And most people go, well, the stench from the vinegar will bother the tarantula. That thing is so watered down, it's not funny, but it's enough to kill any yeast because most people don't understand that yeast can also disturb tarantulas. That's why mold can be such a problem. It's not just the fungus; it's also the yeast that that is a byproduct of the fungus. That can also.
Now that I never knew. So now I'm looking at
Yeah,
two
I
of my
didn't know.
enclosures, thinking I'm gonna go and change those tomorrow. Now, cheers
Yeah.
for that.
It's because the mold doesn't. It's not the spores that really bother the book lungs. It's the yeast.
Ah,
Because the
Right.
yeast will stick to the surface. Because remember, tarantulas can get away from the water. They can go upward, or sideways. They will get on a cork bark or where it's dry, but then they still end up with these burn-like marks, and that's the yeast part of the mold.
right.
That is interesting. Yeah, big time.
Well, here's one for you, just to throw a complete spanner in the works. As I'm speaking to you now, I'm currently watching a tarantula create an egg sac.
Aw.
What is it?
Can you put it on? Is it something that is it one of your babies? Because if it's one of your babies, you got to put it on there. You got to show the world.
I can't get the camera in. It's way in its back of its log hide. But I can just see the web has like thickened up over the last 3 hours massively. And the only reason it's been webbed away for a few weeks, it's been paired as well. And I would imagine the only reason it would do that is because it's making a sac bowl.
Oh, I hope the
Nice.
best. I hope the best. That'd be great.
That would be cool.
Is that a surprise as well? Or is it?
That is the Ultramarinus. So yeah, very prized.
Happy days.
Yeah.
I have a question for both of you. Now, we've talked about all various different subjects, so this is probably going to be my last question because we are coming up on our 4-hour mark, and I have to split this whole thing for later use. This is probably yeah.
Wow.
Well, here it's 1:13 in the morning, so. Well, my question is to you guys. I have my Labrador Prairie Habana, and she has got a nasty habit of chewing her cork bark and then dumping it on an area that she has removed all of the substrate from. Is there a particular reason that she does this? Should I be worried?
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's a strange one again.
I have once seen one report of a tarantula doing that, and it was same thing as cork bark. It wasn't dumping it; it was dumping it in one area, and basically the owner went to bed one night, woke up the next day, and there was basically a pile of sawdust.
Yeah,
in the corner. And
yeah, that's what I'm getting.
There was this massive debate about why tarantulas do this, blah blah blah. And honestly, there was no valid rhyme or reason that anybody could come up with as to why it was doing that. The only thing that we theorized was that for whatever reason, that particular corner of the cork bark doesn't suit that tarantula's idea of a habitat. So it's removing the corner basically, or it's
a bit of feng shui.
Yeah, or it's sort of it's highlighted that bit of the corner of the cork bark as a potential injury in its habitat, and so it decided to remove it and flatten off the corner. And again, I mean that you are getting into the realms of anthropomorphism.
Yeah,
anthropomorphizing spiders. However, there's literally no other potential solution we could come up with.
I don't know why she's doing it. She was sold to me. Now, this is something that I don't want to get too much into her history, but I'll just say vets were involved, and the condition that I bought her from wasn't ideal for her. She did have fungal burn marks on her for a short bit. Sure, the joint between the abdomen and the carapace was actually puffy and swollen and very white. So yeah, she went immediately to a vet. We found no mites, which was a good thing. But so basically, she was just kept in a very moist, very too humid of a with almost no ventilation kind of thing. That's kind of what we broke it down to.
That's what I
No,
was
she's
wondering. If there was some kind of external air. It was some kind of parasite, cause it was trying to get rid of a certain discomfort or something. It happened to find that it could use the cork bark as like a method to relieve that somehow, if that makes sense.
well, she didn't start doing this until just recently, and I've had her for 5 months now. But the hide that she was in was a plastic log that she was too big for. That's what in a plastic tub with only vents on the top, kept in a corner with no fans, and the corner was basically a shelf with other feeder inverts next to it. So, like I said, I took her to a vet that was involved. And all I could really do was just swab her and check and make sure she was not carrying anything physically.
Yeah.
We did find yeast and we did find mold. So we had to dry her out. Basically, the main solution was to dry her out. Yeah, I've kept her for a couple months now. She's just now starting to chew the cork bark, but I bought her as she was supposedly paired. Now she's not showing any signs of being pregnant, and she was paired in. It was rumored she was paired in June, and he said he bred her 3 times before she ate the male, and of course, I don't see any signs of that. So it's either
technically though, if she was paired, and if he reckons 3 times, she probably was paired. If she then hasn't been conditioned to create the egg sac, she won't do it. Even if the sperm is present in her uterus externus, she won't use that unless she's been conditioned to drop the egg sac.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, like I'm not sure with LP, I don't keep LP, but I know with my pants, if I don't season them properly and give them a cool, damp winter, they then molt. You then keep them cool, damp again. Introduce the male. Once you've finished pairing them, you keep them cool and damp for another month. You then let it dry out and increase the temperature slowly to about 5 degrees. On top of that, that then stimulates the female to drop the egg sac. But if you don't get one of those parameters correct, you don't get the end result.
Oh, the room that she was kept in was 30.
30 degrees Celsius?
Yes.
Yeah, not a chance. The likelihood is she's probably infertile because of those temperatures.
Yeah, no, I'm guessing that if what he said was true, something has happened. So I'm just hoping for a molt at this point. I'm hoping that she can get a fresh start. To say that's a pretty good way.
Yeah.
When did she last molt?
Almost a year ago, according to him.
12 months.
Oh, you're breaking up.
I'd be half tempted to do if she was one of mine. I'd be half tempted to cool and soak her and almost put her into winter.
You're breaking up again. I heard Wi-Fi. keep hearing crackling.
There
Am I the only one? Are you back
No, I
yet?
think you know what it was. I think it was because my phone went down to 1% battery. I think.
Ah, okay. So it's doing the
I
weird
think that's what
noises.
it was. Yeah, but no, I'd be half tempted to winter her and try and bring a molt on by changing environmental conditions.
Well, sure. Right now
'Cause
she's.
she may,
Oh, go ahead.
she might almost be at that stage where she's ready to molt. But if her conditions don't suggest it's time to molt, they'll hold on for as long as they can. Like
Okay.
I've purchased pamps from people who don't breed them, so they keep them at just a regulatory temperature all year round. I've purchased them from people and then literally put them into winter. When I receive them, they look nowhere near a molt. They look obviously well fed, but nowhere near a molt. Put them into a winter, and within 3 weeks, they've molted.
Okay.
That's the one good thing about the South American species. You can almost force a molt by changing the environmental conditions.
Well, I was gonna say right now she is kept in 24 degrees. Maybe I should lower her down to 23. Well, around that. Put her on the lower shelf.
Is that cost like the conditions in the natural environment are what you call volatile, or are they quite constant seasons?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure for LP. I'd have to check sort of location data and stuff. But for the pamps and stuff, so my pamps and Zenithus, I've got 3 different shelves with 3 slightly different temperatures on it. What tends to happen is, I mean, I'll take one of the Atlas that I've just paired and conditioned. She, after 11 months post molt last time, she went into winter. So she gets dropped down to 18 degrees. She gets put into a plastic, like the IUBs.
Yeah.
Into an IUB. So the IUB is her wintering box. So she goes into there. 18 degrees, soaked. So literally soaked. Ventilation on both sides, but nothing on the top. So the humidity stays within the box.
Okay.
That then should normally, within 6 to 8 weeks, brings on a molt. She then molts. You keep the temperature the same, keep the humidity really quite relatively high. Because what happens in Peru, where they're from, their winter is their wet season.
Get you, yeah.
So it absolutely belts it down. I mean, when I'm talking keep them damp, I'm literally pouring water into the substrate.
Yeah, I've read a bit about that.
Yeah. Properly soaked. I then introduce the male about 6 weeks after she's molded. Obviously feed up first. Pair the male. Do this numerous times. Normally I go for 3, but I would like to see a sperm web every single time between pairings. So that 3 can take anywhere from, depending on what the male's like, could be 4 to 5 days, or it could be 4 to 5 weeks. Once she's got the 3rd pairing, I then start to bring the temperatures back up. So she goes on the middle shelf, which is 22, 21, 22. I change the lid out for a vented lid to let the substrate dry out. 3 weeks on there, she then goes into one of the glass tanks with a drier substrate.
Gotcha, yeah.
And that's the the laying tank.
Yeah.
So basically, they tend to lay their sacs with a very, not dry substrate, but, sorry, not an arid substrate, but a dry substrate. And that tends to be their laying tank. So what will happen is she'll lay her sac in the laying tank. She'll live in there probably until the 11th month, and then repeat the cycle all over again.
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
So but the temperature in the laying tanks is 24 to 24 and a half, whereas the wintering tubs are down at 17s and 18s.
How do you avoid mites with like the egg sacs and anything like that?
Touch wood, so far I've never had to deal with it. I did at one stage have a humongous grain mite outbreak.
Yeah, maybe coming with feeders or
Yeah, well, no. Do you know what it was? I actually wrote about this. I did a massive post about it. What I'd done was I'd got one of those Braplast tubs, the big square ones.
Yeah.
Put some red runners into the Braplast tub with some like chicken feed on the bottom.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I was keeping them out of the main sort of. Obviously, I've got like a massive tub with all my runners and stuff in as a breeding colony, but I took some feeders out and just kept them in there for the next few weeks. Well, that's what I thought I was going to do. Forgot to put vents in the Braplast tub. Yeah, you can see what this is. Forgot to put vents in the Braplast tub, and literally within a week, that Braplast tub was covered in millions of mites.
Yeah.
Like it got to. I honestly thought I went in and I thought I dropped like a very fine sawdust on top of the Braplast tub.
Yeah, they can
which was
be like.
falling. It's like it was falling off the edge of the tub.
Yeah.
What it was the mites were falling off each other, falling out of the Braplast. It went straight in the bin, black bin bag and straight in the bin.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, yeah.
But if you ever want to create mites, I've got a perfect foolproof recipe for 7 days mite explosion.
No ventilation.
No, zero ventilation and chicken feed in the bottom.
Yep. Well, it's corn, so you're definitely gonna have it.
But touch wood, so far within the sacks and the moisture enclosures that I've got, I've never had an issue with mites. I've currently got an issue with one of my versicolor adult females. Funnily enough, she's got mites.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, they're only grain mites, so they're not too bad that I need to do anything just yet. But she is currently in a small plastic tub with a slice of cucumber and white paper towel on the bottom.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how I deal with them. If I encounter them, cucumber, spoon, kind of thing.
Yeah. What it was I had the sort of 5 or 6 in between the leg joints.
Mm-hmm.
Not on the buck lungs, so not causing an issue, and not around the fangs, but they were just kind of hitching a ride.
Yeah, because they clamp into they go into like a suspended state, don't they, when it dries out? Yeah.
I tried brushing them off, but I couldn't get them to brush.
No, you can't. You should. You're not supposed to when they're in that state anyway, because they're bedded in at a certain point, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, these are almost like ticks. Like I just couldn't get them to shift.
That's exactly. Yeah.
I sort of did a little search, and it said provide cucumber and a dry environment, and they'll either die off themselves, or they'll head onto the cucumber. And touch wood, so far there's about 2 left I can see until we're completely good to go back to our enclosure.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to avoid them completely because their eggs are part of their eggs are dust. Do you know what I mean? They're part of essentially the debris floating around anyway. And they've all got something to feed off. If I recall, they feed off dead skin cells, ours and stuff. So
absolutely. I think if you ever keep like a roach colony or anything like that, it's completely unavoidable. And I think you're always going to get the small outbreaks of grain mites, etc.
Yeah, you just not got to panic. I think yourself as a breeder, I mean, it's more of a concern, but obviously you sound like you've got it covered basically. So,
well, I mean, the Amanis nymphs that I've got now, there was a couple of mites were actually in the incubator that I'd made, and they weren't attaching to the spiders, and they were just wandering around on the black tight material in the incubator, and it was literally a case of getting very fine tongs, nipping them and killing them. I don't know where they came from, don't know what they were doing, but they weren't attaching to the nymphs. They were just kind of wandering around.
Yeah, good. They're not taking. I mean, I've had them on. I had them on my Etrix centipede, and I ended up actually swapping the enclosure about for one, and then I went the whole hog, and I got some hypoapsis mites.
Oh, they're the bread mites.
Yeah, and there's quite a few, like horticultural places. They sell them in, and it's only about £6 for a tub.
Oh, really?
And they're nowhere near as expensive you think.
So what are they used for horticulturally then?
I think there's some of the red spider mites they can still kill as well.
Right.
Which destroy like tomato plants or one.
Tony Webb says centipedes. You either
Yeah.
use
Yeah.
predatory mites.
Yeah.
Or
I
removing
did.
them.
I used the they cleared it up, hypoapsis.
Yeah, put it this way, I ain't taking no bloody paintbrush to a centipede.
No chance. So he's gassed it and manually removed. Flipping heck. Yeah. I'll leave that in the hands of Tony, I think. Something like that.
All right, so everybody, I'm gonna say this. We're gonna wrap things up. We're gonna take a Q&A, and then I'm gonna play one last song as we leave. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping things up now. We are on our 4th hour now. Actually, past our 4th hour.
It's really good, this, by the way. I've enjoyed this. It's nice and chilled.
Yeah, time's absolutely flown by.
Yeah. Exactly. This is what the show is all about. Is basically to come here, have a nice interview, kick back and relax. Our audience can listen to music in between, so they can take their breaks, grab their food, and listen to something to chill out to, as well as have their drinks and listen in with us and ask their questions.
But I mean,
so
I will embarrassingly say this is the first time I've ever heard of this podcast. However, it will not be the last time I tune in.
Yay! I got another person.
Exactly.
I am
really
actually
been nice talking to you all.
I'm actually looking for somebody next week to interview. So next week on Friday, Dan, if you're more than willing to come back and join us for your own spotlight, and then maybe Baily can come on as the guest.
Yeah, definitely. If I'm not up at a stupid time on Saturday morning, yeah.
You guys have so much wealth of knowledge. You can't cover it in just one show, and I was really trying to extend it out as much as possible. We're on our 4th hour, and we're still learning new things. So what I would love for you guys to do is come back next Friday and do a take 2 or a part 2, because this segment I'm going to have to break up into smaller segments, or people are not going to listen. They're going to go 4 hours. 4 hours of wasted time. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for Dan or Baily, please ask them now or forever hold your peace. A lot of people are saying they've enjoyed it. Tony Webb says, "I remember you messaging me, Andrew."
Yeah, he's a wealth of information. He's a great help, Tony. It'd be great to get him on when you get him on.
Tony just refused. He's like, "I've got a crackling microphone." I'm like, I called him out and said his excuse.
I think he said he's got a crackling voice, not a microphone.
I don't care. I want him on.
Exactly.
Here for what you could share. So while we wait for your questions, why don't you guys start sharing some of your most embarrassing, funnier moments when keeping? Because we got into a very serious, very deep side of keeping. We can end this more on a lighter note. So if you guys have some fun stories for you.
I mean, that might one has to be the best one ever.
So how did you get
own explosion of mites? But I think the other one that I can remember that springs to mind is the first time I ever tried to create a roach colony.
Right, yeah.
Right. You probably know where this is going. Asked on the boards what roaches are best to keep. Everyone's like, red runners, definitely get red runners. I'm thinking, okay, brilliant, fantastic. Everyone tells me that red runners can't climb plastic. Okay. Keep them with the lid off. They need plenty of ventilation. Yeah, not an issue. I've got this controlled. Bought my box from B&M. Didn't realise I realised slightly too late. The corners of the box had a textured surface.
Oh yeah.
So I bought 1,000 red runners from a guy who breeds the red runners. They arrived, poured them into the tub on my egg crate, thinking this looks beautiful. Thinking I've got a good one here. Put them away under the shelf. I thought I'll give them some peace and quiet. I won't bother them for at least a couple of weeks. That night, I woke up to the dog ruffling around in the bedroom. There was a humongous red runner running up the wall, which she was playing with. After then putting the light on, I revealed that in the bedroom there was at least 20 to 30 more red runners, adults, on the wall, on the bed, on the floor.
That would have been my nightmare.
The best bit is, though, I hadn't even told my partner that I decided to keep a roach colony in the house.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
You can imagine that reaction with 20 to 30 red runners running around on the walls. That's in one room.
a question. How are you still alive? You would have been a dead man.
I can run very fast.
Tony Webb has a question. Do you see yourself trading at one of the shows in the future for both of you, Dan and Baily?
No, but I would definitely help out people at the stalls. Try and give advice if the seller doesn't have time. And I also like growing species on and giving them to breeders. That's maybe breeding in the future. I try and do it with more of the curious species, like the stuff I look at now. I'd want to do it with like Sicarius. There's a couple of wolf spider species I've got. I'd prefer to do it. I prefer to try and breed the true spiders that I have than tarantulas, and pass on the adult tarantulas to sort of specialists. Myself. That's my answer on that one.
A quick, very, very slightly amusing anecdote. I remember being next to Tony on a stall working for my local exotic shop before sort of me and Tony started conversing and became friends. I remember thinking, who's this absolute lunatic next to me selling centipedes? Bearing in mind, at this point, I was absolutely, and still am, slightly terrified of centipedes.
Yeah.
So I've been working on the stall next to Tony when he's had centipedes on display, thinking this man's an absolute lunatic. And now we're very best of friends. But back to the breeding thing. I never planned to sort of become a trader or do anything like that. However, with what's happened with the EU and species now, I think are going to become much harder to get a hold of.
Yeah,
and
massively.
The species that I breed. So I think it would be not a travesty, but it would be unfair to breed what I plan to breed and not offer them to the public.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that will become a thing if things go in the right direction over the next few years.
That's a very
maybe have sort of a table at a few of the events or things, depending on how things go.
A lot of the curious things I like, I like talking of tubs of the Fistia trapdoors, but I do find them interesting because they make that strange pattern, so it almost looks like a nice terrarium when you keep them, and they're hard to get hold of now. They were all European breeders who had them, and all the UK guys bought the slings. We just can't get them now. Maybe at some point try my hand at something like that if I can get some.
Do you know what I wish I hadn't missed out on? I mean, I think I came to the hobby a little bit late for this. The red and the black trapdoors from Africa.
Yeah, them African ones. Yeah.
Apparently they were like 10 a penny, common as anything until
Africa. Yeah, like Virginia Cheeseman had them. Yeah.
Anywhere now.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Even pet shops would have them in at some point.
For literally pennies.
Yeah. Hey, Emperor Scorpions. I got one for like $6.99 in the mid-90s.
They're due out £60 now.
Yeah, crazy.
Okay. So I'm going to interrupt for our next question. Tony says, "What show, Dan?"
Well, I whatever show Tony's at, I'd make sure I get the table next to him.
Well, he's also asking if he's going to see you at BTS 2022.
Absolutely, I will 100% be there.
Okay.
There you go, reds and blacks. Yeah.
Baily, my question for you, are about shows. Well, maybe this can go for both of you. Are you guys? How do I put this? So when the ban of travel is lifted, are you going to go to shows outside the UK?
It's definitely a possibility. Yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely thinking about it because I don't have quite as many commitments now. So yeah, I can see myself doing that. Yeah.
See, I'd actually planned to do Marbach.
Ah.
However, now that the laws of pet travel have completely changed, and Tony's probably the best one to find this out for me, but I'd have to find out how it would work with purchasing pets at Marbach or tarantulas at Marbach, for example, and then taking them out of the EU and into the UK.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be, from what I've speaking to people, from what I've heard, it's not going to be as simple a process as it used to be.
No,
So whether it's even viable anymore, at this point, nobody even knows. But I had planned to do Marbach last year and this year.
Tony says reds are €9.99, while the black doors were $12.99 back in 2012. And then he says he's got you covered.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're gonna have to end it here because we're coming up on 4.5 hours now.
That's cool.
But ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for listening in on our show. I appreciate it. You guys have been here
Really
for just loyal people in this room. 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 20 minutes, and of course that's goodbyes. So I want you two to promote yourselves. Dan, I believe you breed. I believe if you've got a business or if you want to promote your Instagram or whatever, go for it. Let everybody know where they can find you.
I actually don't have anything lined up business-esque as of this moment.
Aw.
Oh, maybe in the future it will be. But as of this moment, it's just a man enjoying his South American tarantulas.
Scott says the carnage of cockroach legend. You're a cockroach legend.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys saw it that way.
Baily, go for it. I know you have an Instagram.
Yeah.
All the other stuff.
It's essentially, mine's solely interest. I like interest, and I like to try and educate and make things perhaps a little less scary, as it were. Try and open up new species to people who might not see them. And it's just Baily's Bug Blog on Facebook. That's it.
You also have a YouTube. I linked your YouTube in the description.
Yeah, that's very basic. I need to work on that, but I prefer the blog.
And you have the Instagram as well.
Yeah, that's linked. Yeah.
So it's Baily's Baily's Bug Blog. Your name is your name. Your name. Yeah, Scott says, Tony, send cracks the carnage cockroach photo. Oh my gosh. Oh, I have an innate fear of cockroaches. You guys are just evil at this point. I am absolutely terrified of cockroaches. I can feed my tarantulas anything except for a cockroach. That is pretty bad. Oh, that's one thing that they will not have. Also, cockroaches aren't really allowed in my apartment complex. I'm still buying the apartment. It's mine per se. I have the mortgage and everything. Mm-hmm. But we still have build-up management rules that we have to follow. Everything from how we park outside to what we can keep. And we can keep tarantulas because they cannot become a pest. They babies can be born, but they cannot leave the building. And they really don't do structural damage. Versus cockroaches. Cockroaches can become a pest, can remain stay. They're very hard to fumigate. especially how we have things developed here in our apartment under the hardwood floors is the sand to keep not only to help keep the floor level and absorb shock, but also helps prevent fire from spreading from building to building or floor to floor. So that it's as a safety measure. So you can imagine what cockroaches, how well they would populate if they got into that sand. So yeah, it's really it can get really bad at times. So yeah, so we're not really allowed to have cockroaches as feeders. We're not even allowed. I'm not even allowed to use my own feeders in general across the board because of the possibility of getting out and becoming a pest. But yeah, other than that, I'm allowed to keep my tarantulas, and I love that. So again, I'm totally scared of. I can't do cockroaches. I'll climb up the tallest thing I could find if the cockroach is in the room. I have a hard time going to shows and expos, mainly because of the cockroaches. I know where they're at. As long as I know where they're at, I can kind of keep a strong distance from them. But I don't ask me to go near the booth. It's just not going to happen. I will turn into the biggest screaming child you would ever seen in less than a second. Just nope. But do you guys have any questions? Would you guys? The awkward silence. Okay, we have the awkward silence going on.
No, I don't think I have any questions.
I really enjoyed it.
Tony has sent me something. I'm checking my Instagram. I think I'm going to be scared.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, there's a picture. I love it. I love the outfit. Okay, I can handle stuff like that.
I assume that's Jeff's type of cockroach.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not the Supergirl one.
No, this is actually just a nice little costume that he's in. I love the socks, Tony.
It is.
The socks just kill it. This just sells it. That's awesome. That is super awesome. See, we don't have things like that here in Sweden. We don't have our expos are pretty very simple.
Superwoman outfit.
I need to go to BTS.
Yeah, there's quite a few good ones. There's Halifax show as well. That's nearest one to me. That's looking forward to going to that. Doncaster show, which is your neck of the woods, isn't it, Dan? Darlington, you're not that far away, are you? Yeah.
Probably the same distance, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, Doncaster's the one that I tend to work at for the exotic guy.
Yeah, I get you. So just have to negotiate Manchester to get to that one, but.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to let you guys go now. We are going on literally a half hour now. Yay! We've made it 4.5 hours. So yeah, we cut this. I had a really great time. You guys will be back on next Friday, correct?
Try my very best. Yeah.
I will be there.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. If you guys don't know what time we start, for everybody who's just now coming in, I'm sorry you're coming at the end of the podcast. From our podcast is Have a Drink with Me Friday. It airs 9:00 Stockholm time, which is 8:00 UK. They're you guys are the plus. No, you're not plus. You're right at 0. I'm the plus 1. I haven't slept in a while, so just bear with me. I'll just go by city. City time zones. It's easier for people. Stockholm versus London. There you go. London is an hour behind me. So guys, thank you very much for being here. I am Correct Your Host. I'm going to say goodbye. And with Baily's blog, I finally said your name without messing it up. And Dan, of course, I apologize for not being able to pronounce your last name.
Don't worry, I'll do.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we've got our one last song coming up, and that is Rainy Sunday from Epidemic Sound. So thank you guys again for being here. I love each and every one of you, and have a good weekend.
You too. Thanks.
See you later, guys.
See you later.